in the committee and on the floor. 117 closed rules, no amendments allowed at all. No amendments, and a lot of them were germane. And now we're hearing that, oh well, we're trying to just manage this House better. My Republican friends now regularly do not even call for amendments. They basically let everybody know that, whatever you submit, we're going to turn away, we're going to block, because we don't want any amendments at all. I mean, really? Is that the process that my friends are defending? I mean, I think what I just heard the gentleman say for several minutes, a lot of words, basically trying to justify why the American people don't deserve a refund as a result of Trump's illegal tariffs. I mean, okay, if that's your position, fine. I actually think the American people deserve a refund. They deserve a check. Small businesses deserve a check from this president's illegal tariffs. And that's what the Supreme Court has said. They are illegal. And the gentleman has talked a lot about appliances as if that's what's on everybody's mind. I don't know about in his district, but when I do town halls, the first words out of my constituents' mouth are not shower heads or water heaters, or stoves. I mean, they're worried about prices rising all across the board. And they also want us to talk about real serious challenges that we're faced with here, not just issues of affordability, because right now, right as we gather here today talking about appliances, President Trump is ramping up toward a strike against Iran, a war. And reports say that his national security team is telling him that the U.S. military could be ready to hit Iran within days. And they're openly talking about a massive, weeks-long campaign. Why? They are suddenly claiming that Iran is a mere week away from having the material to make a nuclear bomb. Sounds like what happened last year, if you remember. In June of 2025, Trump said that Iran was weeks away from getting a nuke. And what happened? The administration proceeded to bomb Iran. The White House spent the entirety of last summer telling the world that Iran's nuclear facilities have been, quote, obliterated in a strike that the U.S. conducted. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of this administration. They said obliterated over and over and over again, obliterated. It's still up, it's still up on their website. So which is it? If Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated, then why are we sprinting toward another war based on false claims about weapons of mass destruction? And if they weren't obliterated, if that was all political spin to make their strike sound more successful than it actually was, then why should anyone trust the judgment of the people now pushing us towards escalation? This is how disasters start. Not with a clear plan, not with honesty, but with a president who thinks foreign policy is a reality show and human lives are props. So let's be clear about what is at stake. Americans in uniform, American families, a region that could explode, and an economy that working people are already struggling to survive, where a wider war can send energy prices soaring and make life even more expensive for everybody back home. Congress is not a rubber stamp. It should not be a rubber stamp. The Constitution does not give one man the power to drag this country into another war on a whim. De-escalate. Get serious about diplomacy. Tell the truth. And if the president thinks he needs a war, he can come to the people's house and he can make his case out in the open where the American people can see and hear and judge it. And then let's wait, and then wait to let us vote on it. Because if Congress, after all, who decides where and when to go to war? Not the president, it is Congress that is to decide that. And again, given what is potentially about to happen, you would think that we would want to have that debate here. You would think that people, I don't care which side, maybe even if you want to go to war with Iran, you would think you would want to have that debate to convince the American people that it's the right thing to do. You would think you would want to go on record as voting for that war. I think it's a terrible mistake, but you would think if you felt the opposite, you would want to be transparent and open about it. And guess what? Nothing. Yeah, phony bills on appliances, on stupid stuff. When people are hurting, every day because they can't afford the basics, and we're on the verge of going to war, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Appliances. Give me a break. I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there they go again. I mean, it's just amazing. It is. It's fascinating to me. I love the governmental process. I have since I was a kid, and it's just interesting to watch how all this does. First, let me just say, I would appreciate it if my colleagues would not put words into my mouth. The gentleman said something along the lines of that I didn't want to do refunds. I said nothing of the sort. I talked about how their amendment was not germane. I talked about how Jefferson wouldn't like the way we run things. I talked about how, this defeating of the previous question, they would offer an amendment on something that had nothing to do with the appliances, and now we take a rule on 2 appliance bills, and look, they want to say we should be debating other things. That's fair game, but we're taking 2 rules on appliances, or a rule on 2 appliance bills, and suddenly, this is really germane, Mr. Speaker, we're making it about war in Iran. Well, let me make this perfectly clear. I don't think Iran gives one iota of concern. I had to clean up my language, Mr. Speaker. I don't think Iran cares about what kind of appliances the American consumer buys. American consumers care, but I don't think Iran cares. And by golly, we're not going to war over appliances in Iran. Now, there's lots of other things we can talk about. And I do believe that we should be talking about other things as well. But that's not what's before us right this minute. What's before us is a rule dealing with 2 bills that deal with lowering prices on appliances. And that's what we ought to be dealing with. And clearly the bills are not so bad, or my colleagues on the other side wouldn't want to talk about everything but those 2 bills. Now, they talked about it a little bit. I give them credit for that. But, Mr. Speaker, I think we have beaten this horse, this dead horse, about as much as it can go. And so I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that I will reserve, but I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will close because I assume the gentleman has no further speakers on his time, on his side. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, what we're really voting on here is not just a rule. It's whether the House of Representatives is going to act like a real legislature or whether it's going to keep acting like it works for Donald Trump. Closed rules have become the norm around here. As I said earlier, 3,300, amendments have been blocked. And many of them have been germane. And in fact, most of them have been germane. And the gentleman and other Republicans on the Rules Committee have just gone, it's just a habit. They vote no. They vote no. So I don't want to hear an argument about germaneness, because when amendments are germane, again, most of those that have been offered have been germane, of the 3,300 amendments that have been blocked. And that's what's happening here. We're getting lectures and lectures and lectures about legislating, and the bottom line is that, this Republican majority basically has thrown the rule book out. The hell with Jefferson, the hell with this institution, the hell with the Constitution. We're just going to shut everything down. And that's what we're doing here. And if the gentleman or anybody on the other side thinks the appliances are the most important thing in the world, fine. You can bring them to the floor. You know what? But, let us offer amendments. And respect us, and by the way, other Republicans who want you to bring more important matters to the floor, like whether it's votes on war and peace, or votes on affordability, or votes on the tariffs. We ought to have those debates on the floor. And they're always blocked. We can't talk about those things. It is so disappointing, and it's so sad, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is, and it's not just Democratic amendments, but Republican amendments, bipartisan amendments, anything that might force a real debate or a real vote is blocked. And the message that it sends is simple. The leadership doesn't want accountability. They want control, total control. And that's why the exchange, my colleague from Virginia, we had last night is so important. If Republicans are mad because members are asking hard questions, or we're talking about issues that may be, not necessarily relevant to the bills we're talking about, it's because we don't have any other chance to do so. And I get it, my Republican friends don't want scrutiny, they don't want daylight, they want us to sit down, shut up, and vote for Trump. Well, guess what? We aren't going to do that. We aren't going to do that. The bills before us today are a perfect example of what happens when you silence regular people and empower those at the top. Working families are getting squeezed by Trump's economic mess. Costs are up. People can feel it every time they swipe a card at the grocery store or open their checkbook to pay a utility bill. And instead of bringing serious cost of living relief to the floor, housing, health care, child care, prescription drugs, cracking down on price gouging, Republicans bring bills like this so that we can pretend that we're doing something when we're not. That's a scam. Protect the people at the top, stage a few votes for press releases, and then lie to the American people and tell them that the economy is going great. The people I represent are not buying this BS. They're asking us to take on the folks rigging the economy against them. They're asking for a House that debates and approves legislation, not one that takes orders and acts like a rubber stamp for the White House. They're asking for real relief from Donald Trump's awful economy, which is making life harder for regular families. Mr. Speaker, we have a president who wants to be king. And unfortunately, we have Republicans in this House who bow down to him. We have officials in this administration who have compared the House of Representatives and Congress to the Russian Duma, a legislative body in name only, but a body that just rubber stamps whatever the Russian leader, whatever Putin says. I don't want to be the Russian Duma. I want to adhere to the ideas and the ideals of Thomas Jefferson. We ought to be debating. We ought to have amendments made in order. We ought to legislate. We ought to behave like we're the United States House of Representatives. And we're not. And it is so disappointing. The precedents that are being set here are so disappointing. It's depressing what has happened to this House. And so I will say to my colleagues, vote against this rule. Another 2 closed rules. That's what we're getting here. No amendments at all, nothing. 2 closed rules, take it or leave it. We have to do better. And I am so disappointed with my Republican colleagues who go along to get along, who are so afraid of being punished by the bully in the White House, who are so afraid of even changing a comma in a bill because there might be retribution. Well, we're all elected by the people of this country. We ought to start acting like it. We ought to start fighting back. We ought to start legislating and deliberating. We ought to restore some dignity to the House of Representatives. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and for a final time, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know it might be hard for folks back home to follow as they're watching this on C-SPAN, but this is about a rule to bring 2 small bills to the floor of the House. I'm not arguing they're the biggest things in the world. They're smaller bills. That's true. That criticism is fair. But everything else that's been thrown into the debate today is not relevant to what we're debating. It's just an opportunity for politicizing everything that the other side of the aisle thinks is wrong. And look, we have freedom of speech. They can do that in lots of places. And I would hope that someday we would return this floor to talking about the relevancy of the issues before us, as opposed to having a free-for-all. But a free-for-all is what we got. But let me talk about, because I believe strongly in doing that, about these bills. These bills will roll back some things that were putting pressure on natural gas appliances, saying that if you wanted to buy one, I guess you could, but you're going to end up spending more money. Getting cities and counties and states to say that, you have to have a zero net sum if you were going to put in some kind of an appliance, that you wanted the buildings, whether it be a home or a factory or a school, that they need to be zero sum. Either buy credits somewhere or come out with a zero sum, but you can't use fossil fuels, in particular natural gas in this case. I think these bills correct that problem. These bills help in a small way with the economy. Now, it's amazing to me the things that can get said on this floor, and my colleague probably would agree with me, except that we see things differently, because they keep talking about this terrible economy. And I wish it were better. I've never said it was at its peak or where it ought to be, but I will tell you that it is much better than it was under the Biden-Harris administration, that the so-called Inflation Reduction Act actually caused a huge spike in inflation. The American people are still paying the price for that. They want to blame it on Trump because he's been in office now for 13 months, but the problem was created in the Biden-Harris administration, not in the Trump administration. And the Trump administration and this Republican majority, small as it is, has been fighting day in and day out to bring down those costs on numerous fronts. But today, we're not here to talk about every front out there, or whether we want to go to war or not go to war with Iran, and that should be debated by the House, but about 2 appliance bills. And that's what I'm speaking about. And the fact is, as Jefferson looks down, they wouldn't have to worry about closed rules if we operated closer to Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, and I look forward to moving us in that direction and working with my colleagues. But first step is to pass this rule on 2 simple appliance bills that will make things a little bit more affordable. Hopefully make them the appliances a little more efficient. I mean, I had a constituent talk to me a number of years ago about some of these regulations coming out where she was having to take a garden hose and fill up her dishwasher because in order to be efficient, they weren't allowing so much water to be put into each load of clothes. It's that kind of silly thinking they're trying to stop and make things better for the American consumer, to make things more affordable, to make things just a little bit better. And if we can take a half a step today and a full step tomorrow, eventually we can get this economy that was totally screwed up by the previous administration under Biden and Harris, we can get it back on track to serve the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the
I'd ask
gentleman...
for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6329 and Senate 2503, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1075 and adoption of the House Resolution 1075 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6329, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6329, a bill to ensure that federal agencies rely on the best reasonably available scientific, technical, demographic, economic, and statistical information and evidence to develop, issue, or inform the public of the nature and basis of federal agency rules and guidance and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 362 and the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2503, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2503, an act to require all aircraft to be equipped with automatic dependent surveillance broadcast in to improve aviation safety and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 264, the nays are 133. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1075, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 62, House Resolution 1075, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4626 to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4758 to repeal provisions of Public Law 117-169 relating to taxpayer subsidies for home electrification and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 189. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose do the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. Vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 187. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the when the speaker votes, he'll vote.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Will members please take their conversations off the floor? For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1075, I call up H.R. 4626 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 401, H.R. 4626. A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1075, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-20 is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4626.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4626, the Home Appliance Protection and Affordability Act, sponsored by my colleague from Georgia's 12th District. This legislation modernizes energy efficiency authorities to lower costs for households and protect consumer choice. The Energy Policy and Conservation Act, or EPCA, was established in 1975 amidst the oil crisis of the 1970s. EPCA gave statutory authority to the Department of Energy to regulate and set minimum efficiency standards for a list of covered products, including stoves, water heaters, and dishwashers, as well as certain commercial equipment. At the time, Americans were dealing with the aftermath of the oil embargoes that led to mile-long gas lines and fuel rationing. The initial establishment of energy efficiency regulations was a matter of energy security. By reducing consumption through the use of innovative technologies, we can insulate families from the harm caused by adversarial nations restricting access to critical energy resources. 50 years later, EPCA has remained largely unchanged, but under Democratic administrations, the focus of conservation efforts shifted from energy security to green policies that advance the far-left agenda. During the same period, the United States has become the premier energy-producing nation, while home appliances have simultaneously become vastly more efficient. During the 4 long years of the Biden-Harris administration, however, the Department of Energy used EPCA authorities to regulate a host of everyday products like dishwashers, freezers, and dryers. But these regulations were neither based on what consumers need nor focused on affordability. They were rooted in ambitious climate goals. While EPCA requires regulation to be economically justified and cost-effective, the Biden-Harris administration bent the rules so that households and businesses may not see any efficiency savings for decades. In fact, the Biden-Harris Department of Energy regulations on dryers could take up to 46 years to see efficiency benefits, even though household appliances are replaced every 8 to 9 years on the average. Americans are already paying 34% more for their energy bills than they were in 2010. Households simply cannot afford more expensive mandates coming out of Washington. At a time when Americans are struggling to pay their bills because of inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration's spending spree, the Home Alliance Protection and Affordability Act takes important steps to provide necessary relief to hardworking families. Decisions about home appliances should be left to American families, not bureaucrats in Washington. The Home Appliance Protection and Affordability Act institutes common sense accountability at DOE to protect consumers from overregulation. Importantly, this bill will foster continued innovation in energy efficiency technologies. Refocusing EPCA's authorities on cost-effective efficiency standards will lower costs while continuing to improve household appliance performances. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4626, the Home Appliance Protection and Affordability Act, to protect consumer choice, to modernize EPCA authorities, and to lower costs for American families, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, we all know that American families are struggling to make ends meet. President Trump promised to cut energy bills in half in his first year, but that has not happened. In fact, electricity prices are up by 13% across the nation, and 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills. And these increases did not just happen. They are a direct result of the Trump administration's disastrous policies that have been rubber-stamped by House Republicans. And it's bad enough that Trump and congressional Republicans have ignored the affordability crisis and have instead done everything they can to help out their rich and big corporate interest buddies. But House Republicans are bringing up a bill today that will actually increase your monthly energy bill and make the appliances in your home more expensive to operate. And it's hard to imagine being more out of touch with the needs of everyday Americans. First, I have to mention that H.R. 4626 would make the appliances in your home more expensive to operate, sending your already high electricity bill even higher. Like all other appliance-related debates, this bill is just another way to kill floor time for Republicans who seem to only be able to gather enough Republican votes for bills to help their corporate polluter friends. This bill guts the appliance energy conservation standards programs at the Department of Energy. This program is credited with helping American households save $6,000 on their energy bills over the last decade. The standards are projected to help reduce peak demand by 32 gigawatts by 2040. In a world where data centers are popping up all over the country, driving up costs and demand, we can't ignore the benefits from appliance efficiency. Instead of recognizing energy efficiency as a helpful tool against rising costs and increasing electricity demand, House Republicans have made it the enemy. This bill gives the Trump administration the power to eliminate efficiency standards, and it even prevents states from setting their own standards when the federal government fails to act. It creates arbitrary thresholds for new efficiency standards and eliminates the system of periodic reviews to examine if more savings are possible for certain products. So together, these changes to the program will ensure that new energy efficiency standards get caught in a confusing and arbitrary process that delays finalization of new efficiency standards and allows for the rollback of existing standards. Basically, this bill guts the program and makes it unworkable. The Department of Energy, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker now, already has a robust process for finalizing energy efficiency standards. New standards must be technologically feasible and economically justified. The current process already has the buy-in and participation from a wide range of stakeholders, including consumer advocates, manufacturers, and energy efficiency advocates. In fact, many of the efficiency standards that were finalized over the last few years are the result of a consensus agreement between these parties. But rather than recognizing that the current process is successful in bringing everyone to the table, House Republicans have chosen to villainize it. Rather than celebrating the savings that Americans see as a result of efficiency standards, House Republicans mislead the public by misrepresenting how the standards work and how consumers save money. With this bill, House Republicans are making the affordability crisis worse. They're gutting a successful and established program that saves Americans money. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
I now yield to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castro, the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee, such time as she may consume.
You're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of House Bill 4626. I thank the ranking member for yielding the time. We are here at a time when later today we're going to hear the State of the Union address. And based upon everything we know that the State of the Union things are very expensive, that our neighbors back home are suffering a real affordability squeeze. And when we're talking about energy especially, we know that 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills right now. I mean, just look at our home state of Florida, Mr. Speaker, where FP&L and TECO were just granted the largest rate hikes in history, $6 billion that Floridians are going to have to pay higher cost at a time when they're really struggling with groceries and housing at the same time, and hurricane repair. Across America, utility electricity rate hikes are at about 13%, much higher in some places. We know that manufacturing jobs decreased last year in 2025. Much of that is because of these arbitrary tariffs, the highest import taxes in about 100 years that Americans are paying for, and even the Supreme Court said you can't do that. They're arbitrary, they're illegal, and people, they really deserve to get some money back from the illegal tariffs. Then when you add on top the impact of the big ugly bill, electricity, it's anticipated that due to the big ugly bill passed by Republicans last summer, that hardworking Americans are going to pay about 61% more on their electric bills over the next decade. Of course, health care costs too because of that big ugly bill. My guest to the State of the Union address tonight is a small business owner from Tampa, Linda Meisner. She and her husband own a healthcare business, a wellness business in Tampa. They, with the benefit of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, they were paying about $300 per month. They're just like a lot of Florida families, hardworking Americans, small business owners, but as they're too young for Medicare, healthcare costs are just killing them. without the tax credit, now their health insurance premium will go from about $320 per month to $3,000 per month. That's outrageous. So Republicans ripping away that health care tax credit means that Linda and her husband now have had to go to an insurance plan that does not provide the same coverage, doesn't provide prescription care, and they are really at wit's end, like a lot of Americans now. Things are too expensive, and everything the Republicans and the president have done has made life harder. It's made going to the grocery store like a military exercise. You're trying to figure out what you can buy. And then to add insult to injury, we should be working together on legislation that will help our neighbors back home. But what bills do the Republicans bring to the floor of the House today on the State of the Union? They bring a bill that is going to make things more expensive. They're going to make electricity bills more expensive. Energy efficiency standards are very popular. They are some of the most important tools that we have in helping to keep the pressure on lower electric bills. They have been a success. It used to be bipartisan energy efficiency standards for refrigerators and air conditioners and dishwashers, but that's gone by the wayside. I don't know why, except Mr. Pallone kind of shined a light on that high-powered corporations with all too much influence here in Washington, D.C. are calling the shots. Utility companies, oil and gas companies that want you to use more energy. They want you to consume more. They don't want you to be energy efficient. People really deserve better these days. So what does 4626, what does it do? It guts those energy efficiency standards that have saved the average American household about $6,000 over the last 10 years. In fact, Consumer Reports, a very well-respected and trusted organization, Consumer Reports, the Consumer Federation of America, they write, appliance efficiency standards ensure that any of the huge array of product choices available to consumers incorporate energy-saving designs and technology that help limit energy consumption and utility bills. Energy efficiency doesn't just directly save money, but it also puts downward pressure on utility rates. Energy efficiency gains have helped create a downward trend in household energy consumption over the past 20 years, reducing the amount of investments utilities have had to make, preventing costs that they would have otherwise passed on to consumers. While energy efficiency alone can't solve all energy affordability challenges, it plays an important role in helping to counterbalance rising electricity prices. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit this letter from Consumer Reports, Consumer Federation of America, into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill also says it would gut the ability of manufacturers, consumer groups, and others to arrive at consensus. Most of what happens when the Department of Energy goes to update energy efficiency standards is that everyone gets together and they work out a consensus that helps consumers save money but ensures that there's not a burden on business. And over time, technology has improved time and time again. Some of you are old enough to reflect on the very limited choices you had decades ago on your household appliance. Now you go shopping, you have wide consumer choice. And I know my friends on the other side of the aisle like to say, this is a mandate, they're telling you what to buy. People are smart, they know better than that. When you go shopping, it's up to the consumer to decide, do I want the energy efficient model? Do I want the mid-size model? What benefits and what really applies and helps my family? They have the choice to make. But over time, through this important initiative, energy efficiency at the Department of Energy, people have really saved a lot of money. And it's allowed our manufacturers to do well. To gut these energy efficiency standards would be a gift to China. Why would we want, people are already suffering paying more because of tariffs on some household appliances and supplies. Gosh, if you really want to help consumers save money, why don't we do something to get the tariff revenue back to hardworking Americans? A lot of the big businesses now are saying to the Trump administration, we want that tariff money back. But what would really be fair is to get that tariff money back to the hardworking Americans who paid those import taxes, those illegal tariffs and arbitrary tariffs imposed by a president who liked to wield them for retribution, creating, let's get back to the State of the Union, creating chaos and instability at a time when American families really need policymakers looking out for them and their wallets. In the end, again, Mr. Speaker, energy conservation programs have been a critical tool, a very valuable tool to our neighbors back home to help them save trillions of dollars over the past decades, saving hardworking Americans thousands of dollars per year, helping businesses save money. Why in the world, especially on the day of the State of the Union, in the middle of an affordability squeeze, would the Republicans be bringing another bill to the floor that is going to increase the cost of living for our neighbors back home? It's not right. I think Mr. Pallone is absolutely correct. People are out of touch in Washington, D.C. They listen too often to the loud voices of the powerful special interests and not to the hardworking Americans who are really suffering with higher costs. People deserve a whole lot better, Mr. Speaker. I hope they'll vote this bill down and get back to work serving the people who we represent. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 6 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, the sponsor of this piece of legislation and a important member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie, for yielding the time and for your support of my bill, the Home Appliance Protection and Affordability Act. For those watching at home, I'd like to set the stage on exactly why this bill is necessary. In 1975, Congress established the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, or EPCA, to increase American energy production and encourage efficient energy use and bolster national security. Under the EPCA, the Department of Energy sets efficiency standards for 60 product categories, but these standards must be cost-effective, significantly save energy, and be technologically feasible. However, under the Biden administration, the EPCA language was persistently misinterpreted to impose more stringent standards on the use of conventional home appliances and force the costly rush to green agenda on the American people on their outright war on the fossil fuel industry. All of this was done with the stroke of a pen and threatened the affordability and availability of reliable appliances that Americans rely on every day. I can tell you first thing, and I was in my district last week, my constituents in the 12th District of Georgia do not need the federal government to tell them which household appliances will best meet the needs of their families, period. One example is I had a small business, and they have warehouses and whatnot that they rent, and the owner of that small business asked me, he said, I've got a 5-year-old HVAC unit, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, and so I asked we had a problem with it, and the contractor came out, and he says, well, we got a little problem here. Your unit's 5 years old, and I can't get the part to fix it. Now, let me tell you the end of this story. So he's got to replace the entire unit, and it's going to cost 3 times as much as it cost 5 years ago. And you're telling me this is going to save money? You have to be kidding. The second example is the gas stove. They were going to do away with our gas stoves. They said, you can't cook with gas anymore. And there was such an uproar that we didn't hear about that anymore. And the third example, I got a little place up here, it's about 1,400 square feet. And the unit went out. And of course, it couldn't keep it warm anyway, because it's an electric heat pump mandated by this city. And I got a gas line right in front of my house, and I asked the contractor, I said, I want to put in gas heat like I've got back home in Georgia. And he said, you can't do it. And a heat pump will not work at below 32 degrees. Plus, you have an electric system totally when the heat pump shuts down. And, why are we running short of electricity? because they aimed everything at electricity, and there was a war on our gas industry, fossil fuel industry, and that's the very industry that reduced our carbon footprint by 1,400 tons. The nearest nation to us is 200 tons. So they're trying to put the very people that put us in this position out of business. The Home Appliance Protection and Affordability Act is a necessary measure to prevent future administrations like the past one from issuing burdensome standards on household appliances that would drive up costs and reduce availability. It's that simple. Now, the naysayers of those who will vote in opposition to this bill today will stand here and tell you that this bill isn't necessary. They'll question why this is what we're voting on this week, and to that I would say you can thank the previous administration. The egregious appliance standards, like those issued under President Biden's Department of Energy, have caused homeowners to spend 34% more on appliances than they did 15 years ago, while also having to replace them at a faster rate. You know, the story I told about my constituent. Even more, these standards were neither economically justifiable and not significantly more efficient. I would challenge anyone in this chamber to find someone who wants the federal government to tilt the scales on what appliances they can and cannot buy, while also increasing costs and reducing reliability. Mr. Speaker, no amount of fear-mongering on energy efficiency and climate standards will justify the 4-year war waged on domestic energy, the use of natural gas, and consumer choice under the Biden-Harris presidency. From gas stoves, refrigerators, freezers, to washers, dryers, dishwashers, and air conditioners, no household appliance was off the limits in their pursuit of the Green New Scam. We cannot allow that to happen again, and I have been proud to work closely with House Republicans this last year to right the ship and undo the many regulatory burdens that have caused the cost of living to skyrocket. That is why we're here today, to protect consumer choice, lower costs, and ensure American families have the freedom to decide what suits the needs of their families. I am thankful to Committee Chairman Guthrie and Lauda for their support of this bill, House Republicans' leadership for bringing it to the floor, and all my colleagues who have offered their support, and I urge a yes vote on H.R. 4626, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I yield to my colleague from New York, I just wanted to yield myself a minute to clear up a few things. I wanted to say, first of all, that energy conservation standards are not bans. We have to keep repeating this over and over because Republicans are adamant about misleading the public. Energy conservation standards improve the efficiency of new appliances. They do not mandate the removal of existing appliances, and they do not mandate the removal of an appliance based on its fuel source. It's also important to note that by law, the Department of Energy is prohibited from setting standards that would eliminate a product based on fuel type, such as gas appliances. But with that, I'd yield such time as he may consume to my colleague from New York, Mr. Swazi.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Mr. Speaker, here are 3 simple facts. Number 1, the cost of living in America today is the number 1 concern on the minds of Americans. Number 2, increasing energy prices are a major factor causing an increase in American families' cost of living. And number 3, energy-efficient appliances and appliance standards save Americans money, more than $500 in energy bills per year. They're also good for our environment. More efficient appliances will not only save money, they conserve water, they conserve energy, they reduce overall emissions that are killing our planet. This bill, without an amendment, would gut the program that sets these standards and pave the way for the administration to repeal existing standards. It's bad for our wallets, it's bad for our planet, and it's just bad policy. I cannot vote for the proposed bill as written, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. That's why, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to certify that revoking existing energy standards will not negatively impact consumers. It simply requires that the Secretary of Energy certify that getting rid of standards such as these would not increase costs or increase greenhouse gas emissions. This ensures that we're protecting American families from further harm to their wallets and to the air they breathe. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Is the
I have no
chairman
further speakers.
prepared to close?
But I'm going to speak, and then I'll speak. But I can do my speech in the close if you're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Oh, I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Then I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Okay, so the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise again in strong opposition to this bill. Tonight, President Trump will be in this very chamber to deliver his State of the Union address to a joint session of Congress. We'll continue to hear a series of mistruths and empty promises and gaslighting, I would say, of the American public. So just let me provide a dose of reality here on the issue at hand. Electricity prices are up 12% across the nation, a far cry from President Trump's promise of cutting electricity costs in half in his first year. Residential natural gas prices are up 20% since the president's inauguration. And when families struggle to pay their utility bills, they fall into debt often. Since December 2023, household utility debt has risen over 30%, climbing to a whopping $23 billion. Families are having to choose between keeping the lights on or paying for food or medicine. And that's because President Trump and congressional Republicans have been more focused on lining their pockets of their corporate polluter friends instead of providing relief to the American people. And the affordability crisis is real. It's quite literally hitting homes as well, as the cost of buying a home feels out of reach for far too many, and rent is increasingly unaffordable. And families are struggling to afford childcare and groceries. And as the American public knows all too well, President Trump and Republicans have caused their health care costs to skyrocket too. Let's also not forget about the president's disastrous tariffs, which cost the average American household nearly $1,200 in 2025. Apparently, the affordability crisis isn't real, the president says. It's not happening, or sometimes he says he fixed it. But the American people know when they're not being told the truth. And as much as I wish it did, it doesn't stop there. With the help of his Republican colleagues, President Trump has eliminated more than 172,000 clean energy jobs, shuttering factories and projects across the country, and canceled enough renewable energy. And as we know, renewable energy is cheap, it's clean, it helps American families. So you'd think that Republicans would be prioritizing legislation to address affordability, but that's not the case. I mean, look at what's happening here today. Right now, this bill that we have before us is a retread from last Congress. It's the same bill that we voted on in the last Congress. It says it's about affordability, but it's only in name. In actuality, this bill will raise household utility bills. So in case my Republican colleagues haven't been listening, the American people can't afford any more price hikes. The American people have been crystal clear. They're in need of help. I hear from my constituents all the time about the rising cost of living, and it's time that Republicans stand up to President Trump and actually do something about it. I don't see it happening, but I hope we can see it. So I urge a no vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are working on affordability. The whole bill is about affordability. If you look, because of the current Biden-Harris appliance policies, refrigerators, 28% increase because of the policy. Air conditioners, 25% increase. Dishwashers, 28% increase. Washers are, and so the argument is, they're going to pay more up front. They're going to make it back in the efficiency over time. A refrigerator takes 6 years, and sometimes, depending on which model you buy, 46 years to recoup the increase in the value. These are Department of Energy numbers. It's up to 10 years on refrigerators. So the question is, do you want to pay a fourth more for a refrigerator, and then the hopes over the next 10 years you'll get that money back? It's just not realistic, and that's why we are fighting for affordability. You look at the energy prices being up. You can look at a map of the United States and see which states they're up, they're higher. They're higher in states that have policies like this. They come from typically blue states in our country. And so local governments have put affordability crisis in their cities. State governments have put affordability crisis in their states. I remember being in California just last year and putting gas in a rent-a-car, and I looked over. I think I was paying well over $5 there when I was paying about $2.50 or $2.50 in Kentucky. And I remember looking over the guy next to me and goes, do you guys have any idea what the rest of the country pays for gasoline? It's astounding. The policies have increased affordability, and they come here and say, we're causing an affordability crisis. With the energy crisis, we're trying to keep power online to keep it from going offline so we can have affordability. So this is all about affordability. It's not just about having an affordable product to buy. It's buying the product of your choice. I don't think we ever argued that anything in the Biden-Harris administration meant you're going to go in and take your appliances out. But when appliances only last 7 to 10 years, so when you replace them, you're going to pay a fourth more. That's what we're trying to fight. You're going to pay a fourth more and recoup it in probably a longer time than that appliance has useful life. It just is not a good investment. It doesn't make sense. We think it should be the EPCA should be reformed so that they do make decisions based on what is affordable and what gives the best choice to the consumers in America. And I'm proudly support this bill. I thank Mr. Allen for sponsoring it. I encourage its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to House Rule 1075, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment of third reading of the bill. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will read the motion.
Mr. Swazi of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4626 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. For all those in favor in a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. Having a sufficient number of risen of the yeas and nays ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess due to subject of the call of the Chair.
on the Oversight and Judiciary Committee, and for all you are doing to build a world free from abuse and exploitation. And above all, I want to thank the extraordinary women who are here, these extraordinary and courageous survivors. Thank you for continuing to speak out, for refusing to be silenced or ignored. Through their courage, we are building a safer future for all of our children. And we will continue to stand with them. All of our elected leaders should be standing with them and fighting alongside them. But what have we seen instead from the President of the United States? He tells us to move on, to get over it, to forget about it, and look away. And tonight, we are prepared to hear more lies, more deflections, more distractions, everything but the truth that the American people expect and that these brave survivors deserve. Let me be clear to Donald Trump. This is not going away. These survivors and all of us are not going away. This is an issue about who we are as a people, who we are as a country. Is this a place where billionaires can get away with abusing children? Or are we a country of laws, of accountability, of basic morality? We reject the rotten corruption at the heart of this broken administration. We will not stand for their lies and for their cover-up. We will stand with these women until they get the justice that they're owed. And I am so proud to be here with all of you and to turn this podium over to a champion for justice, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Whip Clark, for your incredible leadership. Thank you to the DWC and Chairwoman Leisure Fernandez. And most of all, thank you to the survivors who have just continued to push for justice. You are inspiring all of us. And I especially want to thank and recognize my constituent. And an Epstein survivor, Marika Chartouni. Marika is, first of all, known by the survivors as the sleuth of the survivors. She has looked at all the documents and has been an incredible help to me as I have been looking at them as well. And she was also one of the first to answer the FBI's call in 2019 to talk about what she suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm just so grateful to you, Marika, for being here today. When Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared before the House Judiciary Committee 2 weeks ago, the world saw her turn her back on the survivors rather than apologize for the pain that her Department of Justice has caused them. Today, the world will see Donald Trump have to face these survivors right there in the House gallery and answer for why ambassadors and princes have been arrested in other countries, but here in America, not a single investigation has been announced into the pedophiles and the predators of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. He must answer for why the Department of Justice has still refused to release 3 million remaining files, and why they continue the massive cover-up of a depraved Epstein class. He must answer to the people across the country and the world who see that powerful predators in government, academia, finance, and law have all been part of abusing and raping young girls and joking about it with zero accountability. No, Donald Trump, this is not a hoax. We are not moving on from this. You have not been exonerated, nor have any of these predators. We are here today, many of us in white, because women know what it means to be silenced, dismissed, and pushed back, and we are not going to stand for it. These survivors as Lauren said to me, are shaking the earth with their strength. And because of them and the public that is standing up with and for them, we see the cracks emerging. We demand investigations right here at home into predators like Leon Black, Steve Tisch, Jess Staley, and so many more. These courageous survivors are going to show that tonight is about their strength, about the strength of those across the country who understand that without justice, there can be no progress. So tonight is about our movement that will not stop until we get truth, transparency, and real accountability. And now, let me pass it over to our wonderful ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here with my guests to the State of the Union, Sky and Amanda Roberts. Sky is the brother of the late Virginia Giuffre. Amanda is his wife, and they have been passionate advocates for the rights and the interests of all of the survivors and victims of sexual abuse and rape and trafficking all over the country. And I know that everyone is glued to the discoveries that are coming out as we read through the 3 million of the 6 million documents that were compelled to be disclosed by the Epstein Transparency Act. And that's all to the good, because we're learning a lot there. But understand that making progress that way is a bit like finding a needle in a haystack. And it's not a haystack that's been arranged to make it easy for us to find the most relevant information. I would encourage everybody, in addition to looking online, and if you can, going over to the Department of Justice to look at the unredacted files, to read Virginia Giuffre's remarkable book, Nobody's Girl, because that book locates this entire controversy within the proper social context. She was a victim of child sex abuse before she got into the hands of Jeffrey Epstein and his sex trafficking ring with Ghislaine Maxwell. She was a victim of trafficking and rape and sexual abuse there, and she continued to wrestle with those issues throughout her life. And if you ask the question why this issue is not going away, it's not going away because there are millions of people across America who have suffered the same kinds of abuse, rape, trafficking, and exploitation that Virginia did, and the women who are members of the Epstein survivor movement did. And there have been scandals at Michigan State and Ohio State and within many churches, within the Boy Scouts, in all of our hometowns. That is the social basis for this movement and why Donald Trump is not going to be able to sweep it under the rug. This is why, despite all of her stony cold indifference, Pam Bondi is not going to be able to make this go away. We have an entire country of survivors and people who are allied with the survivors, and we are going to insist that the truth come out, that justice be done, and the perpetrators be held accountable in every single case. That's the importance of us getting through this documentation to the underlying facts, and I want to thank all the survivors here for waking up every day, just like the people of Minneapolis, and going right back to the front lines of this fight. And tonight, that includes the State of the Union address, where the President is going to have to see that this is a nation of survivors and their allies. Thank you very much, Pramila.
And now Sky and Amanda Roberts.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amanda Roberts, and I'm the sister-in-law of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. I stand here for my sister, for my survivor sisters, and for every survivor around the world who has been forced into silence. Today is monumental. Today we say to this administration and to the nation that survivors deserve to be seen. We will not be moved, we will not be silenced, and we will not go away. We are continuing the path that Virginia laid down for us. Today, the president will speak about his agenda. He may say it's time to move on from this Epstein thing. Mr. President, today we are saying we will not move on, and the world is not moving on. The world clearly sees the pattern in how this administration has treated survivors with disgrace, contempt, and dismissal. But I want to speak directly to the American people. This moment is about all of us. The state of this union, the state of survivors, and the state of our country. And many of us feel dismayed, disrupted in spirit by the intentional chaos that has been created to distract us and desensitize us to the harsh realities of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the horrific crimes committed by their rich and powerful friends. Today, as Americans, we find ourselves at a crossroads. We have a choice to make. As American people, what do we want for our future, and what do we want for our children? We can choose to let the Epstein case remain a stain on American history, another chapter where the rich and powerful escape accountability and survivors are told to be quiet. Or we, the people, can decide it is time for change. So don't look away from us. Don't look away from Virginia. And do not leave survivors behind once again. Stand with us, hold space with our stories, sit with our truths, let them break you, move you, and reshape you to act. Together we can build a nation that is fair and true, a nation where money and power cannot bend the law, where title does not grant innocence, where every voice matters and every survivor matters. I'll end with Virginia's words. I look forward to the days when money and power don't stop the truth from coming out, and the righteous prevail. Well, Sissy, today is the beginning of that day.
Hey everyone, my name is Sky Roberts and I am the brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. There are moments in a nation's life where we are tested, not by our words, but by what we are willing to confront. Today we stand at one of these moments. America is at a crossroads. We can choose to let the Epstein case remain a stain on our history, another chapter where the powerful are protected, the truth is buried, and survivors are asked to carry the consequences in silence. Or we can choose something different. We can choose truth. We can choose accountability. And we can choose to build a country where no one, no matter how wealthy, connected, or politically insulated, stands above the law. Today, we are here proudly representing our sister, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, standing with members of Congress and with survivors across the nation and across the world. Because Virginia's story is the story so many survivors know too well. A mountain of obstacles that seem impossible to climb. Pain so deep, it doesn't fit into words. And a system that too often makes the survivor carry the burden instead of the perpetrator. But I am here to say proudly and with absolute conviction that what Virginia did for this world will not be in vain. She may have left this earth, but her soul is still here. It lives in every survivor who decides to speak. It lives in every victim who is still finding their voice. and it lives in every person who refuses to accept a country where exploitation is met with impunity. Virginia did not just survive, she fought. She pushed back against a culture of silence. She forced the world to look at what it wanted to ignore. And she proved what happens when an ordinary person decides they will not be erased. So today, I invite the world into this community, not as spectators, but as participants. Because on days like this, we may hear powerful voices try to distract us, to divide us, to turn accountability into politics, and truth into a talking point. But I want to speak directly to the families and communities watching, the brothers, the mothers, the sisters, and the fathers, every person who loves someone who has been harmed. Choose unity, choose love, and choose the courage it takes to stand with survivors, not only when it is easy, but when it is expensive, when it is uncomfortable, and when it challenges powerful people. Virginia had a deep passion for bringing people together. She had a deep love for her survivor sisters. And she had a deep love for the millions of victims and survivors around the world who may never be known by name and whose lives matter just the same. To say she trailblazed through obstacles is an understatement. Virginia helped build a road for survivors to walk toward truth, toward dignity, toward justice, and we are here today to carry her torch down that road. We are asking Congress, the public, and every institution with the power to act to carry that torch with us. And that brings me to why we are here, not only to speak, but to demand action. If we truly believe survivors deserve more than sympathy, if we truly believe justice should not depend on status, then we must put it into law. That is why we are calling on Congress to advance Virginia's law. Virginia's law is about saying clearly that the rules that protected abusers and traffickers for decades will no longer stand. It is about closing the gaps that powerful people exploit. It is about strengthening accountability so survivors are not forced to fight alone for years against a machine built to wear them down. It is not vengeance, it is not protection, it is prevention, and it is justice. And to anyone who thinks this moment can be reduced to a headline or a media cycle or even a Super Bowl moment for political theater, let me be clear. The only thing more powerful than hate is love. And this is not going away. We will not stop until the truth is faced and justice is pursued for Virginia, for her survivor sisters, and for every victim and survivor around the world who deserves to know that their lives are worth more than someone else's reputation. Thank you.
Sky and Amanda, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing Virginia right here with us, and we will see her and carry on her legacy. I now have the great privilege of introducing my friend from across the Capitol complex, Leader Chuck Schumer.
How are you? Well, good afternoon, and thank you for accommodating me, everybody. Look, while we're here, the truth must come out. Trump says he's going to give a long speech tonight, but there's one thing he refuses to talk about, the Epstein files. Trump campaigned on releasing the files, but now 1 year into his presidency, he calls them a hoax. Shame on him. He says the American people need to move on. We're not moving on, are we? That is outrageous to say move on. That's an insult to the victims and the survivors standing behind me. For years, survivors of Epstein's abuse were ignored, they were doubted, they were dismissed. But their presence here at the State of the Union sends a clear, powerful message. Survivors will not be silenced. My partner in our legislation. The powerful will be held accountable. We will not rest until that happens. And no one, not even the president, is above the law. Trump cannot continue to bury the truth. The full Epstein files must be released now. Nearly every single member of both chambers Democrat, Republican, Independent worked for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But for 3 months, Trump's Justice Department has broken the law, blacking out page after page. This is their version of releasing the files. That's it. That's all they do. See? Shame is right. This is not transparency. It's a cover-up. Survivors deserve justice. That's why I'm proud to have introduced Virginia's law with Democratic Woman Caucus Chair Leger Fernandez, thank you so much, to eliminate the federal statute of limitations, barriers that have kept too many survivors from pursuing justice. There can be no half measure of justice. The American people and the brave survivors stand behind me deserve the full truth. And a statute of limitations on something like this, when women go through things that are so painful and have to wrestle and grapple with it for the rest of their lives, it should be up to the victim when there's a prosecution, not up to some law that has no knowledge, really, in a certain sense, of what these people have gone through. When President Trump looks into the crowd tonight to give his speech, he will also look into the faces of the survivors behind me. Trump knows he can't keep hiding. Trump knows it's time to end the secrecy and release the full Epstein files. Now, he says he doesn't know it, but he will know it. We're going to make him know it. That's why you're here tonight. The survivors have waited long enough. The time for justice is now. And I truly want to thank the many Epstein survivors standing with us here today. You've undergone unimaginable pain, unimaginable pain. And I know you live with it constantly. You can't make it go away. It happened. You live with it. But these beautiful people, instead of cursing the darkness that is part of their lives because of what happened to them, are lighting a candle. Lighting a candle to make sure this doesn't ever happen again. Thank you for that courage. Thank you for that inspiration. And now I want to turn it over to Danny Bensky. She's a New Yorker and a survivor who I'm so honored is my guest at the State of the Union tonight. Danny.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. I just have to lower this. So I'm an Epstein survivor from 2004, 2005. I was 17 years old when I met Jeffrey Epstein. Back then I was a teenager, but I was really a child. I was looking for an adult to help protect me from what felt like monsters, only to find that the monster was him all along. Now I look to the government for help, and they're no better. Gaslighting and manipulating victims, the same tactics as Jeffrey and Ghislaine. The DOJ assures us that they're focused on our safety, but only to exploit us further. There are two cases happening here, two cases of abuse. The first case is one that we endured while we were ensnared in the largest sex trafficking ring that this country has known to date. And the second is the abuse of our government. They're covering everything up and protecting power, not the young and the vulnerable. As we prepare to attend the State of the Union, survivors and this country have so many questions that need to be answered. The first one is, where are the rest of the files? The truth must come out. Why are there no investigations when there are plenty of people in these files to investigate? Have we read them? Why is the FBI director out there partying like a college kid when he should be investigating the vast criminal enterprise? This administration needs to do better. How can anybody feel safe in this country when our president's sympathies are going to the former Prince Andrew and not to survivors? There are a few things that really need to be done immediately. First is the release of all of the files, which we know. Next is to hold accountable those who continuously exploit. And the third is to pass Virginia's bill. We need to pass Virginia's bill because justice should never, ever expire. Release the damn files.
We'll now hear from Ranking Member Robert Garcia.
Hey, everyone. I'm going to just make a few comments, and I just wanted to start by saying that it is always an honor and to just be here with the courage of Annie. For those that don't know, Annie Farmer and her story and the story of her family, we are always in awe of you and of everything that you and your family have gone through. We just want to know that we love you and we support you, always. I also just want to thank the whip for her leadership. Also to all of the women in our caucus that are providing so much support to the survivors, that are part of our investigation, that are leading on this issue. I know that both of our committees are so grateful. Not Judiciary, Oversight Democrats, our Democratic women are leading the way on this issue, and we are forever grateful to every single one of you for your leadership, your voice, and your courage in uplifting these incredible women. So thank you so much for that. And I just want to remind the President and the Attorney General that they are right now in violation of the law. And when the President makes a speech tonight, he is going to know that looking back at him will be numerous survivors of Epstein's abuse, and that he is facilitating the single largest cover-up in modern American history. It's the single largest cover-up in modern American history. And who are we protecting? Why are we protecting powerful, wealthy, connected men? Why are we protecting billionaires from justice? Because we're always going to center the survivors. The single most important part of our investigation and what we're guided by is justice for Annie. It's justice for Maria. It's justice for so many that have been wronged, harmed, and terrorized by not just Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but by the co-conspirators and all that helped them commit their abuse. Let's be clear, over 50% of the files have still not been released to the public. And we know as early as just today and yesterday, there are numerous files that we have confirmed that are missing from the DOJ that we know exist, including accusations, and serious accusations, not just against the president, but against others. It's time to release the files. It's time to center their survivors. And the president should know that even though he wants to call this a hoax, that our investigation is just getting started.
Thank you so much, Congressman Garcia. Your leadership has meant so much to myself and to so many of us. The government's original sin in this case was not following up in any way on my sister, Maria Farmer's 1996 report to the FBI about Epstein and Maxwell and the powerful circle that surrounded them. Since that time, the girls and women who were abused by these criminals have been repeatedly neglected and re-victimized by our own government. The recent release of materials highlights this, as the names of many powerful individuals remain redacted, while the names, personal data, and even images, nude images, of many victims were released. Rather than apologize for this failure, this DOJ has doubled down on denial and distraction. We are tired of the games. When those we elect to office misuse their positions, it harms us all. We are here to remind our elected leaders and other Americans that there is always a choice. You can sit by and watch the abuse of power, as so many wealthy, educated, connected individuals did in the Epstein case. Or you can do the right thing, the courageous thing. You can speak out the way my sister Maria Farmer did because of her concern for her younger sisters. You can speak out the way Virginia Roberts Giuffre did after she looked down and saw her daughter and knew she deserved safety and protection. I know that courage is contagious because these women inspired me to find my voice. And the more I have used it, the more I have heard from others who are speaking out about their own experiences of abuse and standing with us in demanding true transparency, the whole truth that survivors and the American people deserve. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Rep. Maxine Dexter.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here. I am Maxine Dexter, a mother, a physician, and the proud U.S. representative for Oregon's 3rd, and I'm deeply honored to have Lisa Phillips here as my guest tonight for the State of the Union, a survivor of Epstein's abuse, a powerful voice for justice, and she will attend the State of the Union tonight on my behalf. Tonight, as Epstein survivors like Lisa stare down our government, a government that has failed them for decades, you will all bear witness to an important shift in power in this nation. The wealthy and influential have persistently been shielded from accountability for their actions. This has certainly been true for the Epstein class of abusers. This exclusive, twisted club has gone to great lengths to protect their own, to bury the truth, and to perpetuate harm to young girls and women across the world. Not anymore. Tonight, as Trump tries to spin his first year in office as anything other than a crusade to protect himself and the Epstein club of abusers, Lisa's presence, the survivors' presence, makes clear that the powerful will not be protected. It is due to the persistent courage and resilience of survivors that abusers will be held accountable and brought to justice. Accountability means the Department of Justice fully investigates and prosecutes the crimes disclosed in the Epstein files when we get to see them. I was there just a few hours ago. There's hundreds of papers that are completely blacked out still. The brave women who have persistently advocated for transparency and accountability deserve our deepest respect and gratitude. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you all for being here, for your voice, for your courage. You've helped us protect our girls, my girl, from evil and have sheltered and will help us unshelter the powerful who have been hiding too long. I proudly stand with you, demanding the time of protecting abusers to come to an end. Thank you, and I'm going to yield to Lisa Phillips now.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Phillips, and I'm a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein and his world. I want to thank Congresswoman Dexter of Oregon for inviting me to be here today. It's such an honor. I always get emotional because every time I look at my survivor sisters behind me, I am reminded that they represent at least 200 victims. I don't want you guys to forget that. So when I stand here, I do not stand alone. I represent hundreds of faceless, nameless survivors. Some I have had the honor of knowing and supporting over the last few years, young women and girls who were never given a voice. My survivor sisters and I have come to Capitol Hill many times this past year, as you know, and we will keep coming back again and again until all the Epstein files have been released, because accountability is impossible without full transparency. Those of us who lived through the horrors of the Epstein world have always known this was never just a story about one powerful man. It was never just a crisis of wealth and privilege in America. It is and always has been a global crisis of corruption. We are only beginning to understand the depth and breadth of it, and the question remains, how many more powerful figures on the international stage will be named when the remaining files are released? The world deserves to know. That is why it has been an honor to recently speak with elected officials in several European nations. urging each country to launch independent investigations into every single person of power named in these files. Every person named. Some may have committed no crimes. Some may have. But every person connected to wrongdoing in Epstein's world in any nation must be investigated and, if appropriate, held accountable. Every single one. We're not going away. We're not fading into silence. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Bloom McGee. My remarks are very short because my survivor sisters have said a lot. I want to thank Congresswoman, I believe she just stepped out, Julia Brownley of California, that graciously invited me here from Arkansas. I have not heard from any of our leaders from Arkansas, so thank you, Congresswoman Brownley. Speaking out about sex trafficking saves lives. Being here with my sisters has helped save mine. This has never been about politics. It's about little girls and young women who have and continue to be exploited by the powerful. Justice should be non-negotiable. Transparency should be non-negotiable. Integrity should be non-negotiable. No one should escape accountability. We will continue fighting for independent investigations and prosecutions as the evidence warrants. We will not be silenced. Thank you.
Melanie and Representative Andrea Romero. Melanie, Representative Melanie Stansbury, my admirer.
Yes. All right. Whew. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, and I am so deeply honored to introduce to you the original co-sponsor of the Epstein Files Truth Commission in the state of New Mexico, Andrea Romero, the State House Representative. I want to share a few thoughts today as we prepare to enter the chamber tonight to face Donald Trump and to demand justice for not only the survivors standing behind us, but all survivors who have been failed by the U.S. Department of Justice in prosecuting crimes against children and women and boys and people who have been exploited for decades. We are gathered here today to fight for one thing: justice and accountability, and we will not be silenced. We will not move on. And that is why I am grateful to be joined by my guests who will talk about the work that we are doing in New Mexico. But tonight matters more than ever because survivors deserve to be seen, they deserve to be heard, and their presence matters more than ever as the world's eyes are upon us. Because let me remind you that every survivor who is here who raised their hand a couple of weeks ago during Pam Bondi's hearing knows that they have been failed by this administration and many administrations in getting the justice that they so rightly deserve. We refuse to let the powerful hide behind money, power, and influence. And we refuse to remain silent about Donald Trump's hiding about the truth of his own individual investigation. These are the files that the FBI has removed from their public Department of Justice database. The yellow files here are the files that President Trump is hiding. The yellow files here are investigations with a woman who was abused as a minor and who alleged that Donald Trump was her abuser. These are the files that they are hiding, among many millions of more. But I want to just close things out by sharing with you the words of perhaps one of the most important people who cannot be here today, and that is Virginia Giuffre. So let me read you just the closing passage from her book. If you've read this far, I hope my story has moved you to seek ways to free yourself from a bad situation, say to stand up for someone else in need, or to simply reframe how you judge victims of sexual abuse. Each one of us can make a positive change I truly believe that. I hope for a world in which predators are punished, not protected. Victims are treated with compassion, not shamed. And powerful people face the same consequences as anyone else. I yearn, too, for a world in which perpetrators face more shame than their victims do, and where anyone who's been trafficked can confront their abusers when they're ready, no matter how much time has passed. She then goes on to say, we don't live in this world yet, but tonight, we're here to stand with the survivors to say that we do. And with that, I would like to introduce our amazing State House Representative, Andrea Romero.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm House State Representative Andrea Romero from the District of Santa Fe, and I am the chair of the Epstein Truth Commission. I am honored to stand alongside these courageous survivors today, and I want them to know New Mexico sees you, New Mexico believes you, and New Mexico is taking action. Last week, our New Mexico House voted unanimously to create a Truth Commission, a bipartisan group of state legislators committed to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's crimes in New Mexico, find out what happened at Zorro Ranch, and hold perpetrators and enablers accountable. If merited, we'll turn these files into trials. Our commission will pull together the full story of what happened in our state. We will determine whether local and state officers appropriately responded when survivors came forward. We will use our subpoena power to compel witnesses to share what they know. And we will create a safe, survivor-centered space for victims to be finally heard. We are already working. We held our first meeting the morning after the commission was approved because we will no longer wait for the answers we should have had years ago. This is about the truth. This is about accountability. This is about making sure that no child, no vulnerable person ever has to go through what the survivors standing here today have endured. New Mexico is stepping up for the survivors, for our communities, and for every future generation that deserves to grow up safe. I want to thank you all and thank you for this opportunity.
So the last survivor that we will hear from tonight, and I want to reemphasize the point that was made earlier, that each one of these survivors who has come to speak today, each one of the family members who has come to share their tears with us today represents hundreds. Represents hundreds. Think about that. Think about the number of girls and women who were abused over the decades. And one of those women is Liz Stein, and I want to thank Mary Gay Scanlon because she is the guest of both me and Mary Gay Scanlon, and she has taken the pain that she endured and turned it into advocacy as she continues to work with survivors and against trafficking.
My name is Liz Stein. I met Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell when I was a senior in college, just 21 years old, in 1994. My involvement with them lasted approximately 3 years. Before the State of the Union, it is worth asking ourselves what our state of moral courage is. Human trafficking persists largely due to our cultural discomfort with directly naming sexual violence. Talking about sexual assault not only makes us uncomfortable, it exposes failure. It reveals where power has been protected at the expense of the vulnerable. It forces us to confront who is protected in this country and who is not. The crimes of Jeffrey Epstein were not committed in isolation. They were enabled by social, financial, political systems that look the other way. Survivors have been telling the truth for decades, since Maria Farmer first came forward in 1996. The late Virginia Giuffre endured public scrutiny and character assassination, but the release of the files confirmed that what she was saying all along was the truth. For more than 30 years, survivors have pushed, fought, testified, and organized to bring attention to the crimes of Epstein and his associates. Trauma does not operate on a legislative timeline. Justice delayed by law is justice denied by design. Around the world, investigations have reached the powerful, but our Department of Justice and this administration have handled the release of information in a way that leaves survivors and the public asking why the United States appears reluctant to lead on accountability in a case that happened largely on our soil. The world is watching. Survivors are watching. And it is embarrassing that we are not setting the standard. Courage is contagious, but so is impunity. We the people was never meant to mean we the powerful. Accountability is not vengeance. It is fidelity to the rule of law, which is the baseline requirement of a functioning democracy. History will not remember how carefully we avoided discomfort. It will remember whether we demanded the truth. Thank you.
So, as we heard today from my colleagues and from the survivors, you know, it strikes me that there were two incredible themes. One is that the courage and the persistence of the survivors to expose the horror of the sexual crimes and abuses that happened during the Epstein ring was not only to decry the idea that women can be used, abused, and then discarded. It wasn't only to talk about that pain that I think Americans feel when we see this and why this has rung such a tune. Because we don't want that to happen to ourselves. Even though 1 in 4 women suffers sexual assault, we don't want it to happen to our children, to our sister, to our wives. But we also are seeing in this moment that these women are some of the most powerful and consequential women of generations. Yes. Of generations. Because they have brought us to a moment where they are saying it is not okay for us to live in a society where the rich and the powerful and the well-connected get away with anything and everything, and that is what has happened until today and until you all started and didn't stop. Because it was your persistence, it was your courage that is contagious that has brought us here. And it has brought us to a point where 3 million files have been released, 3 million have not. 3 million have not. And it has brought us to a point where we know that even as those files are released, that the Epstein survivors, the up to 1,000 girls and young women, don't have recourse. Because when the Department of Justice refuses to criminally investigate, they cannot sue civilly. So that is why Virginia's law is so important. It is important that we pass Virginia's law because the abusers should not have time as one of their weapons. And right now they do. Because right now the statute of limitations is 10 years. And what can you do in 10 years? You are simply recovering from the trauma that you have gone through. And so that is why we are hoping that everybody, and that it is a bipartisan effort to pass Virginia's law. Not only to honor your sister and your sister, but to honor all the women and men and boys and girls that get abused. Because what the Epstein survivors have taught us, and what this moment is about, is that we matter. That we matter. that people who are not powerful matter. That, as Liz said, we the people is not we the powerful. That we the people in this moment is what this Constitution was made for. This Constitution that we are celebrating was made for this moment, where we will say no. It is not okay to always favor the rich and powerful and well-connected, but it is important that we stand up for those who are scared and vulnerable and weakened and preyed upon. Whether that is because you're hungry or you need health care or you need protection or you need somebody to be investigated criminally, which I think we need to have a whole lot more of that happening. And with that, I just want to thank the Epstein survivors and tell you that our votes are with you, and we will always be with you. As chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I thank you for coming today. And we have a little bit of time. I don't know how much time we have before. We don't have any time, because we have to go vote. So is that right? We're all going to go just go vote. Votes have been called. So thank you so very much.
Oh, nice to meet you. How are you? Yes. Yeah. Can we bring the one right here? Yeah, that would be helpful. Let's do it in here.
Do your homework.
5 years ago, you were asking for the release of the Epstein files. You're using these. talking about what's important in this country today and addressing the Epstein files, not the Epstein files, the Epstein criminality, criminal reach that happened was key. And we know that Trump wants to move on from it, and we're not going to move on. And we want to make sure that the survivors were able to be here so that we could focus what they have gone
Russian aggression against Ukraine. Anybody who tries to speak the truth about the lawlessness being carried out in Donbass and the present-day strikes targeting civilian objects and civilians in Russian cities, the brutal Kursk operations, and moreover to present evidence about the conflict having been unleashed and provoked precisely by NATO, immediately these are being written off as pro-Russian propaganda and they are being silenced. In Ukraine, such people are being expelled from the country. They are being placed in prisons where they languish, or they're being simply murdered. I turned to Ukrainian colleagues. Who are you looking to deceive? Contrary to the facts, contrary to common sense, for all of these years, you have been casting Zelensky as a hero. You have been highlighting peaceful aspirations, of which he never had any, while at the same time mendaciously accusing the Russian Federation of having no interest in peace and of having a focus on escalation. Any attempts by European leaders to persuade the world about their commitment to achievement of peace in Ukraine collapse when they are faced with the facts. Today, on the 24th of February, the Press Bureau, the Domestic Intelligence Services of the Russian Federation, published an extraordinary report about the plans of London and Paris to deliver to Kyiv nuclear weapons, or the so-called dirty bomb, as well as the means of delivery. Specifically, we are talking about the clandestine handover to Ukraine of the corresponding European parts, equipment, and technology as an option. What is considered as the French compact TN-75 warhead for the M51.1 submarine-launched ballistic missile. It is telling that other Western capitals, by all accounts, are perfectly cognizant of the magnitude of the recklessness of London and Paris. For example, Berlin has refused to take part in this initiative. I do not think it bears recalling that such ideas and plans are not only reckless and dangerous, but they are also illegal insofar as they constitute a direct breach of Article 1 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And for this precise reason, those who are carrying out and who have devised this misadventure are striving to present Kyiv's gaining access to nuclear weapons as the result of the work of the Ukrainians themselves. Such a turn of events clearly shows that the British and French leaders who have been sidelined in the process of resolving the Ukrainian issue have definitively lost touch with reality. Russia has every opportunity and is fully able to rebuff such acts. However, we do still hope that there are still enough reasonable people with common sense in London and Paris who will manage to refrain, to have their leaders refrain from undertaking such inadequate steps. Unfortunately, and the United Nations Secretary General is playing an unworthy role in resolving the Ukrainian crisis. Not only did he categorically take a side in the conflict, relinquishing an opportunity vested to him by the United Nations to objectively contribute to resolution thereof, but he continues to remain obstinate, arbitrarily interpreting the Charter of the United Nations and other key documents of the United Nations in order to create a pseudo-legal basis under the inapplicability for Donbass of the right to self-determination. And the Secretariat at the same time continues to turn a blind eye to the intention of the UAF to conduct strikes in Russia with a focus on civilian infrastructure, including terrorist attacks targeting civilians on rare occasion, eking out pitiful few syllables about Russian civilian casualties. As is well known, Mr. President, to all present, the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security is borne by the United Nations Security Council, which in Resolution 2774, which was adopted exactly 1 year ago, spoke out in favor of a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. Security councils have a legally binding nature. For this reason, all member states of the United Nations must enforce them and comply therewith. The Ukrainians and the European sponsors have a lengthy track list of perfidy and hypocrisy, beginning with the sabotage of the Minsk agreements, which according to subsequent acknowledgments by European leaders, were nothing other than an attempt to gain time to rearm the UAF and
Similarly, Resolution 2202 was mere noise for them. Last year's document 2774 does not advance their interests. The leaders of the majority of European countries, as we see, believe themselves to be above Security Council resolutions and the principles and the norms of international law. This morning at the General Assembly, there was a vote on a resolution drafted by Kiev and European countries entitled Support for Lasting Peace in Ukraine. This is yet another manipulation, an attempt to create a smoke screen before the eyes of the global south. This resolution has nothing to do with reality, nor does it advance a lasting resolution to the conflict. Mr. President, from the very start of the conflict, we stated that for us, diplomatic methods for the achievement of the goals of the special military operation are preferred. In this connection, we value the position that has been embraced by the U.S. administration and Mr. Trump personally. Russia has been conscientiously and in good faith approaching the trilateral negotiations, participating therein, as well as in discussions in Abu Dhabi and Geneva. But any agreement needs to be comprehensive, taking into account our concerns on the root causes of the conflict, and needs to result in a real end to this conflict, rather than an ephemeral ceasefire which the Kiev regime will exploit for their aggressive purposes. The principled approaches of the Russian Federation vis-à-vis the resolution of the Ukrainian crisis were voiced by President Putin in June of 2024. I would recall we are talking about Ukraine's respect for the rights of the Russian language population, its return to a non-bloc, neutral, non-nuclear basis which is enshrined in the 16 July 1990 Declaration on its state sovereignty, the demilitarization and the denazification of Ukraine, as well as recognition of the status of Crimea, Sevastopol, Donetsk, Lugansk People's Republic, Kherson, and Zaporozhye Oblast in accordance with the will of their residents as constituent territories of the Russian Federation. I wish to recall, in conclusion, another statement from President Putin about the fact that the Russian Federation has no intention to wage war with European countries. But if Europe starts a war, then Russia stands ready. You have a choice. Reconsider your reckless embrace of the escalation of confrontation with the Russian Federation, or cease being led by the logic of war to the last Ukrainian and torpedoing at all costs the negotiations which are underway. Peace, where crimes being perpetrated on the grounds of Nazism are covered up, and devotees of this ideology and support for this ideology is being used as a tool for the advancement of geopolitical interests will sooner or later plunge us into chaos. And the lessons of history in this context carry direct significance. Thank you.
Well, I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I shall now make a further statement in my capacity as Minister of State for Europe, North America, and Overseas Territories of the United Kingdom. I need to say to members of this Council that the allegation made by the representative of the Russian Federation is an outright lie. He says that we have lost touch with reality. It is he who has lost touch with reality. This is yet another piece of disinformation from the Russian Federation and a clear attempt to deflect attention from its ongoing, unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine. I can categorically assure members of this Council that the United Kingdom remains fully committed to its obligations under the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and to preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons. We are not providing and would not provide nuclear weapons or related capabilities to Ukraine. And I resume my function as President of the Council, and the representative of France has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
La France s'associe
President,
à vos propos
France would like to align itself
concernant les
with
allégations
the statement you made regarding
de la
the
Russie,
allegations leveled by the
selon
Russian Federation,
lesquelles la France et le
according to which
Royaume-Uni
France and the UK
prépareraient le transfert d'armes nucléaires
are preparing to
vers l'Ukraine.
transfer a nuclear
Ces
weapon
propos
to
sont une
Ukraine.
provocation grossière.
This allegation
Ils sont
is a
une
gross
tentative de désinformation
violation, it's an attempt at
Ils
disinformation.
constituent un mensonge
They
pur et
constitute
simple
a lie,
dénué de la moindre base
pure
factuelle.
and simple, devoid of
La
any
France est un
factual
membre
basis.
responsable du
France
traité de
is a
non-prolifération.
responsible member or party
Jamais
to the
elle n'en
Non-Proliferation
enfreindra
Treaty.
les contours et les
We will
obligations.
never violate its
si ce n'est la
contours nor
Russie,
its obligations. Who
ne
but
cesse
Russia,
de brandir la menace
who but
nucléaire
Russia,
dans ce conflit
which is
depuis
brandishing
4
the
ans.
nuclear threat,
Qui,
and has been
si
doing
ce
this
n'est la
in this conflict
Russie,
for 4 years now. Who
couvre
but Russia
des manœuvres de
is
prolifération
covering
telles que celles
up
de la
its
République de Corée du
proliferation
Nord,
maneuvers, including
qui,
that of the DPRK?
si ce n'est la Russie,
Who but Russia
donne son appui à
is
l'Iran
lending its support to
dans
Iran,
des activités nucléaires
lending
dont le
its support
caractère
to
civil
Iran's
n'a
nuclear
jamais pu être
activities,
démontré.
the civilian nature of which has never been
Je le
proven.
répète,
I would like
les
to repeat
allégations de la
what
Russie
I
sont
said.
grossières.
Russia's allegations
Mais
are
permettez-moi d'aller un
gross.
pas plus loin
But let me
et de
go a little
relever
further
que
than
les
that
propos
and
liminaires du représentant
to
permanent
recall
de la
that
Fédération de
the
Russie
keynote address of
démontre la
the permanent
difficulté de la
representative of
Fédération de
the
Russie
Russian Federation
à
demonstrates
accepter
how
l'existence
difficult it
même
is
d'une
for
nation
Russia
ukrainienne,
to accept the
à
very existence
accepter
of an Ukrainian nation, to
l'indépendance,
accept the
la
independence,
souveraineté
the sovereignty
de l'Ukraine, à accepter que
of
l'Ukraine
Ukraine,
veut
to
être
accept that
une
Ukraine
nation par elle-même.
wants to be its
vous remercie.
own nation. I thank you.
Well, I thank the representative of France for his further statement. And now, under Rule 37, I give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Mariana Betsa, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, before I proceed to my statement, I would like to make also 3 remarks with regard to the statement of the Russian delegate. First, Mr. Nebenza, you're not Ukrainian and don't pretend to be. Second, we're never one nation with Russia. I will never be one nation with Russia. Ukraine is a democratic, free European country, while Russia is an aggressive state which wages aggression, terrorism, war crimes and crimes against humanity, and also genocide. And third, entire statement by Mr. Nebenza is a vivid example of manipulation, disinformation, and Russian propaganda. And I'll continue with my statement. I wish to thank the UK Presidency for convening today's meeting. I'm also grateful to the Undersecretary Di Carlo for her briefing. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to all UN member states that had voted today in the morning for the UN General Assembly resolution support for lasting peace in Ukraine just a few hours ago, on this very grim anniversary, 4 years of Russia's full-scale invasion against my country and 12 years of Russia's aggression against my country. The international community has sent a clear signal for an immediate ceasefire as a prerequisite for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. It is high time for aggressor to comply with this call. Ceasefire is a fundamental precondition for the peaceful settlement of this conflict. Mr. President, I would like to start my statement with a poem of a 10-year-old girl, Katerina, from the Donetsk region, dedicated to peace. All Ukrainian children yearn for peace to come, to live with joy upon native ground, to greet the sun, the sky, the flowers blooming bright. May war's dark shadow fade from sight. May silence settle on our Ukraine's hills. May our land shed the horrors war instills. Let long-awaited peace flow to our shore and stand as our protector forevermore. And this girl is only 10 years old. And this is the brutal reality where our children are living in. This is how children in Ukraine see peace on their native land, which will serve as a protector for any repetition of the horrors of war. Mr. President, the United Nations, including its Security Council, was established 80 years ago to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And here we are again, 8 decades later. Russia, as a permanent member of the Security Council, has waged aggression, has waged genocide, has waged terrorism, has waged war crimes and crimes against humanity on an industrial scale every single day in Ukraine. And this is the country that has misused the Soviet permanent seat in the Council and grossly violated the Charter for decades. Today, this is not only war against Ukraine, and it is not only war against Europe. It is a war against the entire democratic world, against international-based order and against international security order, and against the principles of UN. While occupying the Council's permanent seat and claiming to be one of the guarantees of international peace and security, Russia, in fact, has become the principal destroyer. Mr. President, over 10 million people across Ukraine continue to depend on humanitarian assistance for their basic survival, access to food, water, shelter, healthcare, and electricity because of the ongoing Russian aggression. In 2025 alone, the number of deliberate aerial attacks against Ukraine's civilian targets rose dramatically. During just one recent month, Russia launched over 6,000 strike drones, approximately 5,500 guided aerial bombs, and 158 missiles of various types against Ukrainian people. It is terror directed not at armies, but at maternity wards, hospitals, apartment buildings, power plants, and buses carrying workers. It is terror meant to extinguish light, heat, and hope. Men do not fight like this. Human beings do not act to one another like this. Russia's strategy is clear. It hasn't achieved a single strategic goal on the battlefield, and therefore it wants to freeze Ukrainians and force us to capitulate. As I said today in the morning in the UNGA Hall, Ukraine will not surrender, and Ukraine will not accept peace at any price. The impact of the war on the civilian population is truly devastating. Power outages have affected over 10 million people, forcing hospitals, schools, and emergency services to operate with limited or no power. Disruptions to heating during sub-zero winter temperatures have left Ukrainians unable to maintain basic living conditions. Water shortage have deprived hundreds of thousands of people of access of safe drinking water. Economic disruption has led to the closure of businesses and essential services, deepening humanitarian crisis across the country. These acts are not incidental to hostilities. They bear the hallmarks of serious, gross violations of international humanitarian law and amount to war crimes. We count to document indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks, the use of weapons in densely populated areas, summer executions, torture and ill-treatment of detainees, conflict-related sexual violence, and unlawful deportation and forcible transfer of civilians, including children. In this context, arrest warrants on Russian top officials and militaries issued by the International Criminal Court underscore that such conduct may entail individual criminal responsibility under international law. Those responsible must be held accountable. Moreover, Russia has deliberately targeted grid lines and substations essential for the reliable offset power supply of nuclear power plants, creating nuclear risks not only to Ukraine and not only to Europe. One such attack recently caused the Chernobyl nuclear power plant to lose its external power supply. Against this backdrop, the situation at the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains gravely alarming. Europe's largest nuclear facility has endured repeated losses of offset power. This leaves the plant in a state of constant and dangerous vulnerability, while Russia continues unlawful and irresponsible attempts to connect the plant to its own energy system. The international community must act decisively and without delay, including through the establishment of temporary international supervision to ensure nuclear and radiation safety, prevent further militarization, and safeguard the plant's legal status. Such measures must clearly serve one objective: the safe, lawful, and irreversible return of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine's legitimate authority, which remains the only sustainable guarantee of nuclear security in Europe. The occupation and militarization of nuclear facilities cannot be accepted. Ukraine calls on all partners to impose comprehensive sanctions on Rosatom and to reduce cooperation with this entity wherever possible. Distinguished colleagues, resilience alone is not enough. Ukraine urgently needs both humanitarian and defense assistance to protect our people. We express our deepest gratitude to the governments and citizens of all countries providing assistance. Your support saves lives and sends a clear message to Russia that their terror will not break Ukraine. We're also deeply grateful to the United Nations agencies operating in Ukraine under very difficult conditions. Since February 2022, the UN system in Ukraine has been implementing one of its largest humanitarian operations. In January 2026, The United Nations presented a new humanitarian response plan for Ukraine for the year 2026, aimed at assisting more than 4.1 million Ukrainians. And this is precisely how the United Nations proves its relevance, even when this Council is immobilized due to the presence of the aggressor in this chamber. Mr. President, as of today, 2,000 Ukrainian children have been successfully saved from Russian control and brought back home. At the same time, we are aware of more than 20,000 Ukrainian children who have been abducted and deported by Russia in grave breach of international law. Overall, approximately 1.6 million Ukrainian children remain on the temporary occupied territory. Russia systematically subjects Ukrainian children to militarization, forcibly alters their identity, changes their citizenship status, and seeks to impose upon them a hateful ideology aimed at totally erasing their Ukrainian identity. This is a deliberate component of Russia's genocidal policy against Ukraine and Ukrainians. I urge all UN member states to contribute to implementing the recently adopted UNGA resolution on the return of Ukrainian children, in particular by consolidating pressure on Russia. For Ukraine, the return of each and every child is moral imperative. It is a matter of justice, of identity, and of the very future of our nation. This war has brought immense suffering not only to those killed or injured, but also to the loved ones left behind. Mothers searching for their sons, children waiting for their fathers, families living in unbearable uncertainty. Beyond this visible destruction lies another layer of agony, tens of thousands of missing persons, arbitrarily detained civilians and prisoners of war. A central obstacle to clarifying their fate is Russia's systematic practice of incommunicado detention. UN and RCRC are denied unimpeded access to places of detention. In stark contrast, Ukraine provides full access to facilities holding Russian prisoners of war and civilians in full compliance with the international humanitarian law. More than 16,000 Ukrainian civilians are currently held in Russian captivity. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry has conducted that enforced disappearances form part of coordinated Russian state policy and amount to crimes against humanity. Russia's treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war and civilians equally violates every tenet of international criminal and humanitarian law. Russia systematically denies prisoner of war status, subjects them to sham trial based on coerced confessions, and prosecutes them merely for defending their own country. International monitoring missions and investigation teams document arbitrary executions, widespread torture, and inhuman detention conditions, including severe beatings, electric shocks, and denial of medical care. A particularly horrifying dimension concerns conflict-related sexual violence against Ukrainian prisoners of war. The crime prompted the Secretary General to issue a specific notice regarding Russia's treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war in his 2025 CRVC report. Only the awareness of the inevitability of punishment can compel Russia, other violators, and potential aggressors to comply with international humanitarian law. Ukraine remains ready to proceed with the exchange of prisoners of war on the principle of all for all. We also called for increased international pressure on the Russian Federation to compel it to release all illegally detained civilians and abducted children. Mr. President, Ukraine continues to defend itself against Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal full-scale military invasion in full accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. Russia can end this war at any time. However, the only way to bring this about is to make Russia bear the full burden of its aggression. The cost of aggression should rise. This should also include actions with regard to new alliances forming around Russia, Iran, the DPRK, and Belarus, united by the contempt for the rule-based international order. The Russian regime and its accomplices will not stop by its own. Russia feels impunity, and it hasn't yet faced proper consequences for its atrocities. Mr. President, despite ongoing peace efforts led by the United States and supported by European partners, Russian Federation continues to show no readiness in stopping this aggression, using the negotiation process as a cover to continue this war of aggression, betting on time. As of today, we have held a number of trilateral meetings with the US and Russian sides. The last took place in Geneva on 17th, 18th February. As of today, we have no agreement on the most sensitive political matters. Ukraine has repeatedly demonstrated full constructive engagement into the peace process. Ukraine is not an obstacle to peace. We want peace more than anyone else. But of course, it should be just peace. Ukraine is ready to make compromises and already said that we are ready to agree to the cessation of hostilities along the current line of context. It is a very difficult compromise for us, but we cannot compromise our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yet the Kremlin's position remains unchanged. It wants Ukraine to withdraw from our own sovereign territory to ensure that Russia can occupy it. And this is not a matter of negotiating red lines. Sovereignty and territorial integrity is a key founding principle of the UN Charter. It is a red line for Ukraine, and I'm more than sure for every country present in this hall. Mr. President, while Russia continues its war, we must mobilize all possible resources to stop the aggressor and uphold international law. First, sanctions. Sanctions are not a magic solution, but they're essential and they're efficient. They must be strengthened to impose real economic sanctions, including targeting Russia's shadow fleet, limiting oil revenues, and restricting access to critical components of weapons production. Second, defense support. Ukraine needs additional air defense systems and modern capabilities to close out the skies and to protect our people. Third, security guarantees. Ukraine must receive credible and legally binding guarantees to prevent any future aggression. And fourth, justice. Accountability should prevail, and it must include ensuring full compensation by the aggressor for the damage, loss, and injury caused to Ukraine and its people in accordance with international law. And all those responsible, Russian military and political leadership, should be held to account. Mr. President, the question today is whether the United Nations is capable of fulfilling its core function, maintaining international peace and security. We must reaffirm that international law is not just declaratory, but a real instrument of peace. If a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace is not restored in Ukraine, if the rule of force prevails, no country will be safe. If aggression prevails, the global security system will collapse, and I'm afraid UN might collapse. Ukrainians are fighting for the right to live freely on our own land, on our own soil, in our own state, and in accordance with our own choice. We will never recognize the occupation and will never accept territorial concessions. We will never compromise our freedom. Our ultimate goal is comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on UN Charter, international law, where every state can be certain that sovereignty is respected, its people are safe, and aggression and aggressor are punished. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Marina Betsa for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Petr Matsinka, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. Today marks 4 years since the launch of the war against Ukraine. 4 years of bombarded cities and drone strikes, 4 years of divided families, 4 years of trenches, minefields, and mass graves. We are here in an institution created to protect peace, and yet for 4 years we've been watching an open aggression against a sovereign state that it seems impossible to stop. Ladies and gentlemen, once a wall stood in Europe. It separated freedom from oppression. It separated truth from propaganda. It separated the future from the past. That wall no longer stands in Berlin. It stands in Ukraine. It takes the form of the front line, it takes the form of occupied cities, it takes the form of children who learn to recognize the sound of missiles before they learn their letters. And as the US President Reagan said in his famous speech in Berlin 1987, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, I think we should send the same message to the President Putin. Mr. Putin, break down this war. This war is not just about a territory. It is about a fundamental principle, whether nations have the right to decide their own future or whether their fate is decided by the force of arms. It is about whether borders can be redrawn by tanks, whether a neighboring state can be erased from the map, whether we are returning to a world of spheres of influence and occupation. I think Ukraine is not just defending itself today, it is defending the idea that the sovereignty matters. The freedom is not a bargaining chip, that aggression must not be rewarded. My country, the Czech Republic, knows this experience. We know what it means when others decide your fate. We know that appeasing aggression doesn't bring peace, it only delays the next conflict. History teaches us a simple lesson. No occupation lasts forever, no wall stands forever, and no army can break the will of a nation that has chosen to be free. And that is why I want to speak plainly today. And I'm sorry that Mr. Nebenzia left the room, because I would like him to tell to his people, to Russian people in Moscow, to stop this war and give peace a chance. Not as a gesture of weakness, but as a step of responsibility. The world is watching you, history is watching you. And with every additional day of this war, the unnecessary bill of human suffering grows. Some say that peace is not possible, but peace always begins with a decision to stop the destruction, a decision to stop sending young men to their death, a decision to open the way for diplomacy instead of artillery. Aggression is not a sign of strength, it is an admission of fear. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not just about Ukraine, it is about the message we send to the world. Whether we say that the war pays off, or that the civilized world stands with the victims, not the aggressors. Whether we accept that the law is silent when weapons speak, or whether we can show that the values have weight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to urge you to exhaust every diplomatic avenue in pursuit of a just and lasting peace. In this regard, I commend the US President Trump and his team for their tireless effort to bring the parties to the table. Talks, however imperfect, are infinitely preferable to alternative. The future doesn't have to belong to the trenches. It can belong to reconstruction, it can belong to cooperation, it can belong to a generation that will no longer know the sound of sirens and drones, as the representative from Liberia mentioned. But that future begins with a single decision. So please, honorable representatives from Russia, tell to your President Putin to stop the war. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Matsinka for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Michael Damianos, Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry of Cyprus.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, Mr. President, Cyprus fully aligns with the EU statement, but I would like to make some brief remarks in my national capacity. Today marks 4 years since the Russian Federation launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We commemorate this solemn anniversary with reflection and with a clear awareness of our collective responsibility under the Charter of the United Nations. Cyprus reiterates its full and unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We support a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, firmly anchored in the principles of the UN Charter and international law. Together with the European Union and its member states, Cyprus remains committed to an immediate, full, and unconditional ceasefire. We call on the Russian Federation to agree to such a ceasefire, to which Ukraine has consistently expressed its readiness, and to engage in genuine and constructive negotiations. In this regard, Cyprus welcomes the ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the war, including the involvement of the United States in advancing this process. For peace to endure, it must be just. Borders must never be altered by force, not in Ukraine, not anywhere. Any settlement must fully respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and include credible security guarantees to ensure its long-term stability and ability to defend itself. Cyprus speaks from its own historical experience. As a country that has endured foreign aggression and ongoing occupation for more than 5 decades, we understand firsthand the lasting consequences of violations of international law. Since assuming the presidency of the Council of the European Union in January, Cyprus has prioritized support for Ukraine, advancing political, financial, humanitarian, and military assistance, while also supporting recovery, reconstruction, and Ukraine's European path. The upholding of the UN Charter should never be selective nor optional. It is universal and indivisible. Sustainable peace can never come at the expense of sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence. Mr. President, Cyprus will continue to stand firmly with Ukraine and its people. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Damianos for the statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lasha Dasalia, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today to mark another tragic anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. These illegal attempts to forcefully redraw the borders of a sovereign neighbor constitute a direct assault on the international rules-based order. They represent a blatant violation of the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and the Helsinki Final Act, and they have shattered the security architecture in Europe and beyond. Georgia unequivocally condemns the immense human suffering and widespread destruction caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. In response to these grave developments, Georgia is demonstrating its full solidarity with Ukraine through consistent political and diplomatic efforts, as well as by providing substantial humanitarian assistance and supporting Ukrainians arriving to Georgia. Georgia has supported all major resolutions and initiatives adopted by leading international organizations in support of Ukraine. Mr. President, Georgia knows firsthand the consequences of occupation. Russia continues its illegal military presence in Georgia's Abkhazia and Tkhinvali regions, where the security, human rights, and humanitarian situation remains deeply concerning, and access for international monitoring mechanisms continues to be denied. The international community must remain united and resolute. Attempts to redraw internationally recognized borders by force must never be tolerated. Georgia understands well the price of peace and its importance for a stable and prosperous future for our region. We welcome all genuine efforts aimed at ending the war and achieving lasting peace. Mr. President, allow me to reaffirm Georgia's unwavering support for independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine with its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. I thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Dasalia for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Arnold Kamel, Secretary General at the Federal Ministry of Defense of Austria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed members of the Security Council, Excellencies, colleagues. As we mark the 4th year of the unprovoked and illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine by its neighbor, the Russian Federation, we are reminded that this aggression constitutes an ongoing and blatant violation of the UN Charter. It constitutes a direct attack on our international order. As our foreign minister, together with some Austrian parliamentarians, witnessed upon their visit to Ukraine last week, Ukrainians have been enduring a harsh winter under merciless drone strikes and bombardments this year. This must stop immediately. As all of you know, Austria is a militarily neutral country, but neutrality has never meant indifference. It also does not mean moral ambiguity in the face of violations of the Charter and international law. On the contrary, as a neutral country, Austria relies even more than others on the respect of our common norms and the strength of the UN Charter. As the international community, we should not, we must not accept that the most basic rules are undermined and weakened, while the ones violating the Charter shield themselves from scrutiny with the veto in the Security Council. Excellencies, colleagues, Austria does not provide weapons to Ukraine. But solidarity takes many forms. Since February 2022, nearly 100,000 Ukrainians have found refuge in Austria. Austria has provided 350 million euros of bilateral financial and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and its neighboring countries. Finally, Austria has consistently advocated for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, a peace based on the UN Charter and international law. But peace negotiations are simply not credible while bombs fall and missiles strike. We therefore need an urgent ceasefire, one that is actually respected, monitored and implemented. The United Nations and the OSCE, both with headquarters in Vienna, could play an important role in the implementation of a ceasefire or a broader peace agreement. Austria stands ready to support all genuine efforts towards peace, including by offering our good offices and hosting negotiations in Vienna, as has been done often in the past. And we will continue to do our part through humanitarian assistance, by raising our voice and by supporting dialogue. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kamel for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the UK Presidency for convening this meeting, and to USG DiCarlo for her powerful briefing on behalf of the Secretary General. On this tragic anniversary, our thoughts go out to the countless Ukrainians who have been subjected to unspeakable suffering and to the thousands killed during the past 4 years. The resilience of the Ukrainian people as they defend their country from brutal violence and stand up for the rules and principles of the UN Charter is an inspiration to us all. Exactly 1 year ago, the General Assembly adopted a resolution on the need for a just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter. And the Security Council adopted Resolution 2774, Path to Peace, which implored a swift end to the conflict and urged a lasting peace. Russia voted in favor of that resolution. But in the years since, it has openly and shamelessly violated it by not stopping its attacks and instead massively escalating them. Here are the facts, dear colleagues. In the midst of a freezing winter, Russia has cynically and systematically intensified its targeting of Ukraine's energy infrastructure, deliberately also targeting civilians. In 2025, Russia launched over, listen to this number, 54,000 long-range drones and over 1,900 missiles against Ukraine in 2025, after that resolution was adopted at the Security Council. According to the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, civilian casualties in 2025 were 31% higher than in 2024 and 70% higher than in 2023. According to UNICEF, there was a 10% increase in child casualties in 2025. Almost all civilian casualties, 97% of them, verified by the United Nations, occurred in Ukrainian-controlled territories from attacks launched by the Russian army. so much for the Russian representative reminding us that Security Council resolutions are legally binding. That's rich. Dear colleagues, these are not the actions of a country interested in ending its war of aggression. Intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects is a war crime, and its perpetrators must be held fully accountable. The civilian population in Ukraine, including children, is paying the highest of prices. Let me recall that the General Assembly clearly confirmed last December the need to redouble efforts to facilitate the return of Ukrainian children who have been deported and forcibly transferred by Russia, and we look forward to an update on the UN Secretary General's efforts to that end. President, colleagues, the situation today is as plain as it is critical. Ukraine is ready for serious negotiations and compromises, as illustrated by their readiness to agree to an immediate ceasefire, de facto freezing the current positions of the battlefield. But Russia has not moved an inch from its maximalist claims. Our efforts continue to focus on achieving an immediate, full, and unconditional ceasefire and a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in line with international law and the UN Charter. This is precisely what was confirmed today at the GA Hall by an overwhelming majority of UN member states. The European Union will sustain its diplomatic efforts with Ukraine, together with the United States and other partners. We urge Russia to end its aggression and call on all members of this Council to join us in this message to Moscow. To have peace, Russia must be made to realize that its strategy of pretending to negotiate while extending its aggression will no longer be tolerated. Third countries that enable Russia's aggression must stop doing so too. We condemn the continued military support provided by Iran, Belarus, and their DPRK, and urge all countries, including all members of this Council, to immediately cease any direct or indirect assistance to Russia. President, to conclude, let me reiterate that borders cannot be changed by force, not in Ukraine, not anywhere. Any future agreement must respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. It must guarantee Ukraine's independence, long-term security, and ability to defend itself. No one wants and needs peace in Ukraine more than the Ukrainians. No one. And no one has a larger stake in European security than the Europeans. It is time for Russia to stop the killing and leave Ukraine's territory, which they illegally occupy. Today, more than ever, action by this Council is needed to end a devastating war that has lasted for too long. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement, and under Rule 37, I now give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, we are entering the 5th year of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine, and the 13th year since the illegal annexation of Crimea. This war is not only a tragedy for Ukraine and its people, it's a direct assault on the foundations of international peace and security. The scale of documented Russian war crimes and crimes against humanity speaks for itself. Cities razed, civilians deliberately targeted, millions displaced, critical infrastructure systematically destroyed. Let us be clear, this is a war of choice, driven by calculated imperial ambition. Human lives are treated as collateral damage in Russia's pursuit of power by a permanent member of this Council, entrusted with upholding the very charter it now violates. The forced deportation, indoctrination, and militarization of Ukrainian children, combined with the systematic attacks on civilians and widespread atrocities, point to patterns of conduct that raise profound concern about genocidal intent. These crimes demand accountability. Excellencies, Russia's aggression does not stop at Ukraine's borders. Lithuania and other countries face escalating hybrid threats such as cyber attacks, disinformation, sabotage against critical infrastructure, airspace violations, and the instrumentalization of migration. These are not isolated incidents. They are coordinated elements of a broader strategy to destabilize our region, intimidate democracies, and fracture international resolve to support Ukraine. We are working together in NATO and the EU to identify and to respond to hybrid threats. In this regard, I would like to use this opportunity to call on this Council to take these activities into consideration and address Russia's escalating behavior. Russia does not act alone. Belarus, the DPRK, Iran, and other authoritarian actors actively enable this war through weapons transfers, military cooperation, technology support, and sanctions circumvention. This network of enablers is expanding the conflict's geopolitical reach and undermining global stability. The UN Charter is unequivocal. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force. These are not optional principles. Yet Russia continues to violate them while disregarding this Council's own decisions, including the Resolution 2774, demanding the cessation of hostilities. Colleagues, we have said it for 4 years and we say it again today. Russia must stop. Ukraine has demonstrated its readiness for a just and lasting peace. We support calls for an immediate ceasefire and meaningful negotiations, including diplomatic efforts advanced by the United States and its leadership, notably President Donald Trump, aimed at achieving a comprehensive peace consistent with the UN Charter and General Assembly decisions. But peace cannot be imposed through aggression. Any future agreements must fully respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and guarantee its ability to defend itself. All members of this Council bear responsibility. Resolution 2774 must be implemented. The killings must end. And let us be equally clear. There can be no sustainable peace without justice. Accountability for international crimes committed in Ukraine is not optional, it's essential. We will continue to stand with Ukraine. We will continue to strengthen security guarantees. And we will continue to defend the principles of the Charter against those who seek to dismantle them. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Estonia.
President, distinguished members of the Council, 4 years ago, Russia started its unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression against sovereign Ukraine. Russia's aggression against Ukraine continues to be the biggest threat to global peace and security. It constitutes one of the gravest breaches of international law and of the UN Charter since its adoption. Unfortunately, Russia's neocolonial imperial objectives vis-à-vis Ukraine has not changed. Kremlin wants the subjugation of the whole of Ukraine and the overturning of European security architecture in order to reverse the collapse of the Soviet Empire, Soviet Union. And here we will find the real root causes of this conflict. Colleagues, the first step towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine should be an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. We commend the efforts led by the United States to promote meaningful dialogue and advance peace. It goes without saying that any settlement must be firmly grounded in international law and in full respect of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ukraine has consistently demonstrated that it is ready for peace. In contrast, Russia appears to be ready to continue its war of aggression until last Russian soldier and until Russia itself will collapse and disintegrate, sharing the fate of its predecessor, the evil empire. President, since 2022, at least 15,000 civilians have been killed and more than 40,000 injured in Ukraine by Russia, as verified by the UN. As we speak, in the coldest winter in the decade, Russia is desperately trying to use cold and darkness as a weapon to undermine the morale of the Ukrainian people. After 4 years of one major miscalculation after another and the loss of nearly 1 million soldiers, Russia still fails to comprehend the resilience of the Ukrainian nation. As Ukraine enters its 5th year of a full-scale war, almost 11 million people require humanitarian assistance. On our side, and in addition to continuous supply of humanitarian assistance, to alleviate sufferings of the Ukrainian people, Estonia will host the Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2027 in Tallinn. President, throughout its war of aggression against Ukraine, Russia has been using the full spectrum of heavy weaponry, including the so-called Oreshnik missiles, capable of carrying nuclear weapons, against Ukraine's civilian population and critical civilian infrastructure. Russia also managed to damage the protective sarcophagus of a nuclear power plant in Chernobyl. The aggressor even put the functioning of Ukrainian nuclear power plants and thus the nuclear safety of a whole continent into grave danger. Such totally irresponsible Russian nuclear roulette should stop immediately. To end the war and bloodshed, all UN member states need to come together and to collectively put additional pressure on Russia in order to force it to peace in Ukraine. We also remain deeply alarmed by the continuous systematic deportation and forced transfer of Ukrainian children. Russia's behavior and actions in this domain are not compatible with the status and responsibilities of a P5 member and amounts to war crimes and crimes against humanity. In this context, we recall the ICC arrest warrants issued for Mr. Putin and Ms. Lvova Belova for the crime of deporting Ukrainian children to Russia and their illegal adoption. Accountability is a matter of justice and long-term security for all, and those responsible must be brought to justice. And I want to conclude my intervention today by underlining that Estonia's support to Ukraine and its people was, is, and will remain unwavering. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Estonia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you to the Presidency of convening this important meeting on this day, and thank you to Undersecretary Di Carlo for the briefing. We mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and Mr. President, you said it at the beginning, it is indeed a grim milestone. It is also a day to mourn the countless victims killed over the course of this unjustified and illegal aggression. Every day of more bloodshed is a tragedy, and it is an avoidable tragedy. The war could easily end. Time and again, Ukraine has reiterated its readiness to agree to an unconditional, immediate ceasefire. And time and again, Russia chooses to continue its brutal warfare. While apparently engaging in negotiations, but stalling in reality, Russia sends rockets to destroy Kiev's heating system, leaving hundreds of thousands of people, young and old, sick and healthy, exposed to Arctic temperatures. This war, colleagues, has profound consequences for Ukraine, but also for all member states of the United Nations in so many ways, many of which have been mentioned today in previous interventions. And one very important consequence is the violation of the most fundamental norms of the United Nations Charter. Our common security depends on all of us jointly upholding these most essential norms. So this morning, the United Nations General Assembly sent a clear signal that the reckless continuation of warfare is not acceptable, and that the rules that we have all agreed to as member states of the United Nations matter. Russia must finally agree to an unconditional ceasefire and seriously engage in negotiations. This war has to end, and we will not rest to work until a comprehensive, sustainable, and just peace is achieved. The people of Ukraine have the right to live in peace and security within the secure borders of their sovereign nation. Germany reaffirms its continued and unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. And what we do as Germany, I would like to underline at this point, for Ukraine and for European security, we do with partners, with allies, and with friends. And to our Russian colleague, who has unfortunately left the room, who selectively quoted from the speech of the German Chancellor in Munich, I would suggest that the speech was read and digested in full, because it clearly shows what we are doing and why we have to invest in our defenses, and the reason being the Russian aggression. And to not quote selectively, I would like to offer the following quote from the Chancellor's speech. Power politics in Europe is not an option for Germany. Leadership in a spirit of partnership, yes. Hegemonic fantasies, no. Never again will Germany go it alone. That is the abiding lesson from our history." End of quote. Colleagues, a lesson from our history and from World War II is that we have to abide by common rules that we gave each other and that we all supported in signing the United Nations Charter. And this is why we're here today, and this is what we're working with all of you, friends, allies, partners around the world. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sweden.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic states, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and my own country, Sweden. For 4 long and devastating years, the people of Ukraine have rightfully defended the country against Russia's full-scale invasion. Their resilience continues to command our utmost respect. Russia's aggression against Ukraine was unprovoked and unjustified. Its objective was and remains the subjugation of an independent member state. What the Kremlin envisioned as a 3-day so-called special military operation has instead become the largest military conflict on European soil in generations, with consequences felt far away beyond Europe. Mr. President, this war of aggression carried out by a permanent member of this Council constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and the UN Charter. It goes against the fundamentals of this organization, and in particular this Council, which has been mandated to uphold international peace and security. The General Assembly has repeatedly, again this morning, called for a sustainable and just peace in Ukraine, grounded firmly in international law, including the UN Charter. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity is not an abstraction. It is a foundation for our global system of collective security. Mr. President, important progress is being made on accountability, including the work underway to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression and an international claims commission. We will ensure that aggressors are held responsible and that Russia will pay compensation for the damage caused by its war. Russia's aggression cannot be rewarded. It would create a dangerous precedent. It is in our common interest as UN member states to ensure respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states, both large and small. Let one truth be abundantly clear. No one wants peace more than the Ukrainians. They are the ones who have paid an unbearable price. It is their civilian infrastructure that has been destroyed. It is they who have suffered torture, rape, and summary executions. They have seen their children forcibly taken away in a systematic state-directed Russian campaign that has been documented by UN agencies. While Ukraine continues to call for an immediate ceasefire and a peace consistent with international law, Russia continues its systematic attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure aimed at spreading fear and weakening the resilience of Ukraine's civilians. Russia has created one of the world's largest humanitarian crises, and through its actions, it continues to show no genuine interest in peace. Mr. President, the Nordic states will remain unwavering in our support for Ukraine. We support a just and sustainable peace, a peace rooted in international law and the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sweden for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Señor Presidente, muchas gracias. España se alinea con la intervención de la Unión Europea y señala lo siguiente. Han pasado 4 años desde el inicio de la no provocada, injustificada e injustificable agresión rusa contra Ucrania. Y por ello, deseo comenzar reiterando la firme condena de España a esta acción frontalmente contraria a los principios más elementales del derecho internacional y de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Esta agresión no debe prolongarse un solo día más. Esta violación del derecho internacional resulta aún más grave por cuanto proviene de un miembro permanente de este Consejo de Seguridad, al que la Carta de las Naciones Unidas confiere la responsabilidad primordial en el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales y de salvaguardar los propósitos y principios de las naciones. Ningún argumento puede justificar una guerra de agresión que se traduce cada día en más víctimas civiles, en la destrucción sistemática de infraestructuras esenciales y en una crisis humanitaria de dimensiones globales. Rusia se dice dispuesta a la paz, pero en la práctica mantiene sus bombardeos indiscriminados contra la población y contra las infraestructuras energéticas, violando de manera flagrante el derecho internacional humanitario. A enero de 2026, Ucrania ha perdido más de la mitad de su capacidad de generar electricidad debido a los daños. La brecha entre la capacidad de generación y las necesidades de consumo ha causado interrupciones prolongadas en la electricidad, con civiles que solo tienen electricidad durante unas pocas horas al día o en algunos periodos no tienen durante varios días. La falta de electricidad ha privado a muchas personas del acceso a la calefacción y al agua en lo más crudo del invierno. Según los datos, se han producido más de 1.000 ataques contra infraestructuras sanitarias. Se han destruido o dañado 1.611 escuelas. El 95% de los prisioneros de guerra ucranianos liberados y encuestados han revelado haber sido objeto de tortura. Estos crímenes no pueden ni deben quedar impunes y requieren de una acción decisiva por parte de este Consejo de Seguridad. Rusia y sus dirigentes deben rendir cuentas por estas violaciones del derecho internacional humanitario y de los derechos humanos. España seguirá apoyando todos los esfuerzos diplomáticos encaminados a una paz justa y duradera al tiempo que mantendrá su contribución política, financiera, humanitaria y de seguridad en el apoyo al derecho de Ucrania a la legítima defensa. La comunidad internacional debe apoyar un proceso de paz entre Rusia y Ucrania, pero una paz que premie la agresión no sería paz, sería una derrota del derecho internacional. La paz que se alcance ha de estar basada en los principios que han garantizado durante décadas la paz y la seguridad internacionales. De lo contrario, el orden internacional, la estabilidad de las fronteras, la independencia, la soberanía y la integridad de los estados de todo el mundo estarán amenazadas. Si permitimos que un estado invada a otro, ejerza coerción sobre su soberanía sin responder por ello, ningún país está a salvo. Debemos reafirmar el orden internacional basado en normas que protege por igual a estados grandes y pequeños. España seguirá de manera inequívoca al lado de Ucrania, convencida de que la agresión debe ser castigada y nunca recompensada. En el contexto actual de negociación de un acuerdo de paz, sostenemos que nada que afecte al futuro de Ucrania debe decidirse sin escuchar a Ucrania. El sufrimiento y la resistencia del pueblo ucraniano tiene que verse recompensado con un proceso de paz en el que participe directamente, en el que se tengan en cuenta sus intereses y su seguridad y en el que se exijan esfuerzos y concesiones de manera equitativa. Para terminar, señor presidente, nuestro mensaje es firme y no admite ambigüedades. Rusia debe cesar de inmediato su agresión y retirar todas sus tropas del territorio de Ucrania, dentro de sus fronteras internacionalmente reconocidas. Solo así será posible abrir el camino hacia una paz global, justa, duradera y basada en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Well, gracias. I thank the representative of Spain for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, 4 years ago, Russia launched a full-scale invasion in Ukraine, seeking to redraw the map of Europe and erase a sovereign nation. Many thought that such actions belonged to the dark past of the previous centuries. But Russia reminded us that her imperial craving for colonies knows no such limits. 4 years later, Ukraine continues to valiantly defend itself against the brutal onslaught. Every inch of Russian sluggish progress on the battlefield comes at an enormous price in soldiers' lives and suffering. And yet, more than 1,400 days since the start of the three-day special operations, it continues to wage the illegal war in full disregard for human life, including that of its own citizens. The reason behind it is very simple. Moscow does not want peace. Moscow wants Ukrainian capitulation, while Ukraine wants peace, and that's the difference. Despite the diplomatic efforts of Kyiv, our partners in Washington, D.C., and the broader international community, Putin continues to seek a total subjugation of Ukraine, as we also heard today from the Russian ambassador. Excellencies, already today, this aggression does not stop at Ukraine's border. We feel it in Poland through hybrid attacks, sabotage, and cynical attempts to destabilize our society. So do many of our partners across Europe. Make no mistakes. These actions will not undermine our resolve to help a nation under attack. But they do carry a risk of escalation that should concern us all. And I want to put this to attention of this Council. Mr. President, through this aggression, Russia has betrayed the very principles of the UN Charter and international law. Violation made that all more shocking by the fact that they are committed by the permanent member of the Security Council, the very member that last year voted in favor of the resolution calling for a swift end to the conflict and urging a lasting peace. Excellencies, Russian attacks on Ukraine remain systematic and deliberate. Nearly every day, drones and missiles strike Ukrainian cities and critical infrastructure. Attacks on energy infrastructure represent a calculated weaponization of winter. The strategy is simple: to break civilians through frost and darkness. This is terror elevated to the level of the state policy. We categorically condemn such attacks and refuse to remain indifferent. This policy is, however, failing. Ukraine is not defending itself, it is repairing, building, and preserving. This commands our deepest respect. Our thoughts are with the victims, but our actions must be with the survivors. Mr. President, what must we do? First, continue comprehensive support for Ukraine for as long as it takes. Half measures are not helpful. Second, maintain and strengthen sanctions, particularly on Russian energy exports that finance the war. Sanctions must bite. Third, persist in diplomatic efforts toward a just and lasting peace, defined and accepted by Ukraine as the victim, not the Russia as the aggressor. On our end, Poland will not waver in its support to Ukraine, be it government-led aid or heartfelt assistance from our citizens, NGOs, and the faith-based organizations. We have been helping Ukraine from the day one and mobilizing others to do so, and this will not change. It is my hope that a year from now, we will not be sitting here repeating the same pleas. It is time for Russia to end this war and finally understand that the era of the Russian Empire is over. Neither White Empire nor the Red Empire, for which the Russian ambassador was longing for today. Thank you.
Well, I thank the representative of Poland for their statement. And as there are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers, I want to thank all speakers for their contributions. Wish you all safe journeys. This meeting is adjourned.
Vieni, go find Marlo.